Okay, there we go, fixed. Once again, OBS decided to make a funny and disconnect my mic for some reason. Thanks, thanks for notifying me. It probably would have taken me a bit to notice that I was not talking. But yeah, once again, just so I can say it again, thank you so much for the follow and the sub. I do appreciate it. The support is greatly welcome. Thank you so much. But yeah, once again, sorry for the delay. I was in some discussions, doing some things, because you know, trying to get some other things planned out and other stuff, not streaming related, just general life things. So yeah, it just had to be a bit delayed and a bit to put on the stream and everything else. But yeah, now I'm here. Even though I started a bit later, I'm still gonna run for as long as I need to for this stream, as this stream will be the last coverage of Lancer, at the very least coverage in the sense of, you know, general overview and everything of the sorts. Also, hi there, Red. Thank you so much for the bits. I do appreciate the support from you as well. Thank you so much. But yeah, I guess one of the few things that I can just quickly go on and mention that, you know, the support is greatly appreciated, especially right now. As you probably can see, I do have a little debt to pay off, and even the support on Twitch right now is greatly is amazingly helpful. Right now I'm getting a payout, so this goal is gonna get updated once the money gets into my bank account. So this goal is gonna be updated. I just need to cover one more month of a payment loan, and I've already in advance did a bit of mathing and calculated like what exactly would be the remaining amount that I need. So the sub and bits goals are equivalent amounts of what I need to pay, where I take into account the Twitch cut. So either the bits goal or the sub goal, if either of the two is reached, you're gonna help me out with covering my last payment for October. As this one has been covered, I just need to I just need the money to hit my bank account, which is probably gonna be next week, because the payout is gonna start this weekend. Because it's a weekend, it might be a bit delayed, that kind of shit. But yeah, and because it's September and all that, you know, I'm also putting it out there for people to kind of take advantage of it right now, because, you know, there are discounted subs, discounted gifts. Later down the month, there's also going to be like bonus gifts if you do gifted subs. So that's kind of why I'm also putting the goals for the Twitch as well, because that's also helping me quite a lot. So yeah, but outside of that, if you want to like offer direct support, Kofi is in the go-to place to do that. That one's gonna help me, you know. That one's gonna ensure that most of the cut goes to me compared to Twitch, because, you know, it's mostly, I think there's a small coffee cut and significantly smaller, and just some transfer fees and all that kind of thing. But most of your donation goes towards me in that situation. So yeah, you have methods. If you, I'm fine with either one. It's just what you find more of ease for you and more comfortable for you. So I'm not, I'm giving you options. I'm not telling you which one to choose. So yeah, that's the only shilling I'm doing for the stream. I'm not gonna push it too hard on that sense. Another thing that I do want to mention that did quite surprise me, because it happened yesterday out of nowhere, and it just got a big ass reach out. Thanks a lot for the port invisibility on Blue Sky. I'm not sure exactly how to call it. It's related to the payment processing censorship that's currently happening right now, and I did made a post almost a week ago where I linked all the petitions that you can participate in to help to kind of push this you know, to push a change towards you know, denying payment processors to enforce censorship on their platforms. Currently, Canada, Australia, and the UK have significant petitions that go directly to the government. So if you are citizens of one of these three countries that I mentioned, those petitions are going to be of import. There is also like an US one for the ACLU. I'm not sure exactly what kind of influence that petition has. I did put it out there just in case for any US citizen out there, if they feel like they want to support that way. For the Europeans out there, for like the general like EU members, I've not heard anything of the sorts when it comes to premium processing. If there is any sort of petition or anything we can do in that direction, or if there's some sort of like a citizens initiative. Usually those take a bit longer. I'm not sure if they can be of a shorter time frame to kind of push the pressure a lot quicker. I have no idea. Because usually, if we take an example, the initiative for the Stop Killing Games, that one took a year. That had a year timeline, which might be a bit too long for this issue. Like, things need to be kind of accelerated, kind of pushed as fast as possible. So I'm not sure if that is the right channel. I have no idea. Again, this issue goes a bit beyond just my general knowledge and my general coverage, because this affects more than just video games. This affects content creators and content in general of all sorts of things that is immature in nature. And when I say mature, I'm not once again, I'm not referring just to adult or NSFW work. I'm also referring to anything that might be 18 plus rated, like GTA, Mortal Kombat, maybe even 16 plus, like some of the teen rated games might also kind of fall in this category, because they might show occasionally risque things. And there have even been cases of people being banned or not being allowed a platform just because they do work in communities that can also be associated with NSFW. I think an artist was denied, was banned from their PayPal, even though they were just a furry artist that just did headshots and in no way lewd or adult in theme, just purely innocent, like animal headshots, basically. But they still got banned because, you know, it's associated with also the adult side of the furry community for some reason. So yeah, that's a big thing. For you to kind of get access to the links, you on Twitch, there is on the about page, you have the Stop Killing Games banner, and right under it you have the petitions for the stop payment processing. Those are the important ones. The Stop Killing Games just banner that just sends you to the Stop Killing Game website, which has nothing to do with that, so don't get confused. I just kept it because technically the whole movement thing is still happening with Stop Killing Games. They're still looking for other methods in other places. I've not checked up in the months because I've been a bit detached after pushing for like an entire month with that, but I'll have to go back and see if there is anything new developing. But aside from that, also on YouTube you have access to the links on the description of every stream for the time being until the petitions end. So that's another way. And finally, if you use the command !PG, you also get access to the link. That way, I don't think I've fixed it on the YouTube thing, so I'm just gonna copy and paste a few ones that I got, because unfortunately on the YouTube side the word limit count is smaller, and for some reason if you don't have the HTTP, it just does not link. It does not keep the hyperlink for some reason. But yeah, kind of in that vein, why I was talking about this is a content creator that also does journalism quoted my tweet on Blue Sky, not my tweet, my post on Blue Sky, however you want to call it, on one of their journalism posts, and I got all of a sudden a flood of interaction and reach out on that post specifically. So yeah, if somehow anybody has trickled from there here right now, hi there, I'm adreansulph. I also go by cards. Call me however you prefer, it does not bother me. Vampire VTuber usually focus on things about gaming and TTRPGs, especially today, that sort of thing. So hi there. As I said, journalism is not really a thing that I do, a thing that I cover. Like, I mostly talk about things that are related within the gaming industry and gaming topic, which is why I'm talking about this, because this can also affect games within this censorship move, and it's kind of already been pushed. Plus, I've already heard that once again the discussions and arguments against video games causing violence are resurfacing again. Like, we're back in the early 2000s or something like that for some reason. But yeah, and as I already said even before the discussion started appearing, I'm suspecting this censorship is also going to be used as a tool for that. That's just my fear for it, which is why it needs to be pushed, because it's fucking ridiculous. But, you know, there's place for all sorts of content out here on the internet, as long as it's legal, consensual, and does not harm anybody. So go ahead, fucking be freaky if you want to be freaky. I'm not here to judge. So yeah, I just got a lot of reach out. I just got flooded. Like, I think the post, let me check right now on the Blue Skies. I think the post right now, it's still occasionally getting a bit of interaction here and there, but the big flood has stopped. But it's still occasionally I'm still getting pinged from it. So we got like almost 700 likes and I'm one repost away from 666 reposts. Only one, damn, from the devil number. And a few comments for people a bit interested, which I guess I should probably say, because I'll be fair, I've not looked into it when it comes to the other petitions. I just knew how the UK one works just because I looked into it for the Stop Killing Games. So for the UK petition, we need 10,000 valid signatures for the issue to be sent to Parliament and for the Parliament to issue a statement towards it. That's kind of the obligation they have, but it needs to reach 10,000. Then, if by the deadline it even gets to 100,000 valid signatures, aside from offering a just response, it's also put up to debate within and taken into consideration within the UK Parliament. So they might even be pushed to change or pushed to action because of it. It's not guaranteed. I've already heard like an unfortunate case when it comes to the age verification law that they just pushed in the UK that has had a lot of pushback from from the citizens, understandably so. Even though the petition has reached 300,000 signatures, so well into the mark of basically the Parliament having to re-debate the topic and taking in consideration the people's opinion. They just said, nope, we're just giving you a statement of we're staying the course, fuck you, I guess. So, again, it's not necessarily a confirmed cooperation or a confirmed call to action, but it remains to be seen what exactly is going to be the stance for the UK Parliament, because I don't think I've heard anything when it comes to like official statements from governing bodies when it comes to this issue yet. But it's still important, because even a no tells us something, even no then gives us an idea of how exactly we then have to shift afterwards, how we adapt to the situation if the Parliament still is not offering support. So it's still important to get those signatures. And right now with the UK one, we are at over 7,000 signatures, so we're not far. And because the requirements for these signatures are a bit high, the deadlines are longer for the UK ones. They are up until this petition will end on the 26th of February 2026, so there is around 6 months of it, because that's usually how it runs. What do you think about the EU Online Privacy Act? I'm gonna talk about it in a second. I'm guessing you're referring to the chat control thing that they just did. 1 second, I will do a quick mention about that just to close off the petition thing. I also looked into the yeah, the one that Denmark voted for. Yeah, it's the chat control. I know what you mean. I'll talk about that in a second, because technically that's something you can do there as well. I think you can still do it. I know today is the final push. I'm not sure. I've heard like mentions of the verdict. Anyways, I'm talking about it in a second. Just finishing because I'm gonna get into tangents and we're gonna forget about it. And I wanted to be done with the petition thing, so then we can move into this topic. Yeah. For the Canadian one, from my understanding, it only, again, this is me surface level researching. I'm not a citizen of any of the countries that I'm mentioning right now, so I have no idea of past scenarios, past petitions, how they've run, or past precedents set. So I have no clue in those scenarios. I'm just saying what I've been able to surface level research. So do take my mention with a grain of salt. Do your own due diligence research when it comes to this. Yeah, but from my understanding, for the Canadian one, you only need 500 signatures in order for the Parliament to then offer a response once the petition is over. And right now the petition is almost close to 11,000 signatures, so I think that will put it into action. I have no idea if the more signatures this petition gets, if it's gonna get a call to action from the parliament or not. I do not know. From what I've tried to find out about the petition requirements, I haven't seen anything mentioned about getting way beyond the scope. If anything is gonna be, yeah, only 500 because the petition is a lot shorter. The petition ends in October 25th. The UK one is the longest running petition. Canada and Australia have really short petition, which is why they have small number requirements. And also, the Canadian one is run by a member of parliament. That's also an important thing. A member of parliament is actually petitioning, which I think it's something about their petitions. I think member of parliament has to approve it and become kind of the holder, or somehow like the person responsible of it, kind of the head of it. And there is a member of parliament that represents this petition, and it's almost close to 11,000. So I'm guessing something's gonna happen, and the member of parliament is gonna push it in some way beyond just offering a response. Because again, 500 is a requirement for a government to offer a statement, official statement regarding the matter. So that's kind of the case, and it ends on the October 25th. It's already at almost 11,000, so it's way beyond scope. But still, the more the better. I think even if, from what I've read, I don't have any clarity if there is going to be a call to action or not. Again, the more people act, the better the government's going to understand that this is a big issue. That a lot of people care. And for the Australian Parliament, which is the most crazy one out of all of them, you only need 50 signatures validated on this to receive a statement from the Parliament. Only 50. And this one ends on October 1st this year. So it's this, out of all the three, this one is the shortest. It's gonna end in less than three weeks at this point. So that's also another reason. I think these run just, I think the Australian one just are month-long petitions or something like that. And again, same thing as Canada. They didn't mention anything about doing more than just offering an official statement if it reaches beyond the goal required. And right now it's standing at 6,500 signatures, over that actually. So again, even that one has crushed the minimum requirement, and I'm guessing it's still gonna grow up until the 1st. So yeah, that's a few. Again, I think these are done by statistics, and it's more about the time frame. Because again, think of it this way: the UK gives you 6 months, but it also offers a specific call to action kind of take if it reaches a high number goal. These ones have a shorter, have within a month or a month and a half type time frame. So of course, if we're gonna take the Stop Killing Games for example, we've seen how quickly the momentum dies out. And for these kinds of things, it's also about like the reach, how exactly they people get to know them. I'm sure it has a heavy mention about the statistics on how easily it is to get signatures, and based on that, like maybe 1 in 5 people sign, but probably all those 5 care about the petition itself or something like that. But yeah, Australia has a really small number. It's, again, from what I read, that's the minimum requirement. I could be totally fucking wrong. It's what I read from their actual website, because all of these are from officially hosted websites of government. Like these are not like change.org petitions or anything like that. These go to the people that actually matter within the country. So not anything of that. And the ACLU one is the one that I have the least knowledge of. From my understanding, it's a activist organization within the US. It has a requirement of 200,000 signatures from my memory, but it doesn't have a deadline, so I think it's more of kind of similar to a change.org petition, where it's just gonna accumulate signatures and then it's gonna be sent to somebody, some member of the parliament, or to some point of contact to be like, hey, look, we have proof of 200,000 people that are concerned about this issue. I'm suspecting it's not necessarily a governmental platform. it is an activist platform that has dealt with many other things when it comes to like racial issues, LGBT, trans. So it's not, and it's quite, from my understanding, it's pretty long standing. So, and I've heard of it before in the past. Again, I have no knowledge of it, so do your own research as well, and do your own due diligence when it comes to it. I've seen it also, this one moved around when it comes to the US, and so far I think it's the only one that the US can offer. And it's currently at 165,000, sorry. 165,000 signatures, so it needs less than 40,000 to get the signature required. But again, from what I read here, it doesn't mention scientist petition telling massacre to reserve. Okay. So it might be this one might be sent to members of state or something like that. This one might be, but you know, it's an organization that has dealt with these kinds of things in the past, so I'm guessing at the very least they know how to deal with these types of petitions. Compared to like a change.org, which anybody can do, and it's up to them, kind of their responsibility to how they handle the situation. But yeah, currently those are the things that are pushing. Again, from the EU, I have not heard anything, like if there is any movement towards it, like for any sort of push. I have no idea. But these are the most important ones. I think like the UK one might have the most, the biggest effect. Again, if it doesn't take the same approach the way they did with the age verification petition, where they just you know, bugger off, and they just gave a statement of saying, no, fuck you, we're still keeping our course. Because that could still be a thing. Then again, you never know. They are not necessarily obligated. So that's the thing. Don't necessarily get your hopes up, but we'll have to see. It's at the very least with the UK one, there is the hope that something might be taken into account, or some action might be taken if it reaches that 100,000 goal, because that's technically a requirement that they would need to fulfill based on the petitions and based on what they themselves assigned for by offering this official platform, these goals. But yeah, we'll have to see how exactly this one goes. Now, for the chat control one, as you did mention, currently, from my knowledge, so far there has been an update. I think yesterday, 3 more countries have jumped into support. I think it was Germany, was it Germany, Austria, and Luxembourg? Or this Czech? I know Germany just jumped into support, which is a big thing, because you know, Germany being one of the founding members. Luxembourg, again, I forgot which was the other one that just joined in. Oh, Slovakia, okay. Germany, Luxembourg, and Slovakia have joined, but I don't see them listed here. Anyways, there are now all 8 supporting states, 15 that are against it, and 4 that are still undecided as of right now: Estonia, Greece, Romania, and Slovenia. But from my understanding, from what I've heard, again, again, grain of salt, I don't know how these kind of matters work within the EU Parliament. I'm not a politician, or I have not done political studies of any sorts. I might be a bit wrong about this, but from my understanding that right now it has reached a number. Nope, apparently right now they officially stand opposite. It might have something to do with the citizens. But yeah, they oppose the. Yeah, for Germany, yeah, it voted against it. Yeah, it opposes the. It doesn't oppose the movement against it. It opposes the rule to be pushed forward. It's against the rule. Yes, that's maybe I've mispronounced, or I said something wrong again. Brain runs off. I'm bilingual. Shit is wrong. No, so opposing, which means that they are against the rule. Austria, Belgium, Czech Republic, Finland, Germany, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Poland, and it also mentioned Slovakia for some reason. But it's only mentioned in the timeline. It's not mentioned in the list for some odd. Maybe because Slovakia doesn't have that much push. so against the rule, against the against this policy that Denmark pushed. So they are against Denmark. Supporting right now, they are Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Denmark, the ones that have pushed it. France, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Malta, Portugal, Slovakia. What the fuck? Why is there Slovakia in oh, and Slovakia? Why is there Slovakia in the supporting one? That might be a mistake. I don't know. Spain and Sweden. Weird. And undecided, Estonia, Greece, Romania, and Slovenia. Again, from what I heard right now, because it's not necessarily it's kind of similar to how the initiatives work. I think it needs a set amount of states to be I think it needs a high percentage of approval in order to be pushed through. And right now, because Germany is opposed, and I think because there are already 8 opposing, it might no longer be ruled. Like, even if the opposing number seems small, it might actually... I've heard something, again, I didn't see if there is any... I don't know, I've heard it like vaguely on TikTok. I heard it mentioned that technically now, because there are 8 opposing, the chat control law can no longer go through because of the number of opposing countries. But I don't see any news about it right now, because it meant... I'm not sure exactly, because today is a debate. Today, I think it's they are taking the decision. Oh, 12 on the 12th, yeah, they declare final votes scheduled on the 14th. I don't know, I've heard like mixed. There's technically like another vote happening right now, or like another, or like the official vote's on the 14th. I don't know, I'm a bit confused because I've heard like mixed information about technically today is gonna be on it. And not, do you have Trackmania? I do not. Pretty sure I do not. Game. Unless maybe for some weirdness. Ember, nope. I thought maybe I have it on Epic through some free giveaway kind of thing. But no, I do not own it. I've seen some of it. Looked fun for like a racing game. Because I don't know, I've not been into racers in recent years, personally. Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, to kind of finalize with the chat control thing, before I get into anything else, for those interested in this movement and you are also EU members, this website actually offers you a really nice template of for you to contact your members of state from whatever, you know, EU member country you are from, to basically email your members of state to tell you, hey, we are not we don't like this new rule that is trying to be pushed because of XYZ. And the template is really nice. You find it like there's like the button on top, take action. It'll send you there. Actually, I can do a thing. I can even show it to you. Boom. There we go. So you can go here, take actions. You see right now there are 8 opposing, 15 supporting, 4 undecided. Although this is one I'm speaking from my own place because I know a bit. I've just heard recently. The same dude, the same member of state that voted pro for the Stop Killing Games initiative, or like that actually the first member of parliament, and it's also one of the vice presidents of the European Parliament, has voiced that they are opposing this rule. Nicolae Ștefănuță. And the same vice president who also was the first one to spoke out for Stop Killing Games, who's the Romanian one of the 33 Romanian EMPs, MEPs, sorry. So there might be a possibility that Romania might also be opposing pretty soon. There might be a possibility. Again, he's not part of any political party from within the country. He's an independent member, so I'm not sure what kind of poll he might have with the other members. I send my email to as many political parties within our country and to as many representatives as possible. To a certain degree, there are a few that I've avoided out of personal political reasons, out of my own political choices within the country. I avoided a few that I considered problematic, and I didn't want to give them this. Plus, they've shown some situations where they don't actually follow actual confidentiality rights. They get things. But anyway, so for the take to action thing, you have this selection. You can then choose as many of these boxes as you want. Like, what are exactly the main points that you find concerning when it comes to chat control? Is it the privacy rights? Because, with chat control, the government is allowed to do a real-time scanning of all your private digital communications, including encrypted chats, no matter if you're suspicious or not. That's the thing. They are not gonna take into account innocence. You may not have suspicious activity. They're still gonna do it, no matter what. That's kind of thing. That's the problem. It's full-on governmental surveillance. And aside from that, because it also gives you a backdoor through encrypted messaging, this could offer big security vulnerabilities, because it's putting it onto this logic. Like, put it into this perspective. If let's say you have a house, but the government is required to have a skeleton key that allows the government to enter your house. But what happens if somebody takes that skeleton key or makes a copy of it? That's problematic. That it's kind of on the same logic. If the government has a way in of something that should be secure, that means that somebody could obtain that method and use it for malicious ways. Again, ineffective child protections. That's bad one, because it's not. If you really are, because that's kind of the argument that has been pushed through because of fighting against anybody who does like child trafficking or child pornography or anything of the sorts, and to protect the children, unless instead of offering the online tools necessary for parental control, be actual parents and make sure that you know what the fuck your child is doing on the internet. I was uncontrolled on the internet and I've seen shit. But back then the internet was infant. The internet was still was not as big of a threat as it is these days. If you were to let somebody run wild and not know what the fuck they're doing on the internet. Like, yeah, there was like LimeWire and Trojan shit and all that kind of BS that you could have downloaded, but not everything was as interconnected as it is today, where just by having one Wi-Fi connection, all of a sudden now, we can fucking know what I fucking ate last week, just because and sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be bad. Yeah. Undermining the democracy, because this, the precedence of surveillance doesn't discourage its free speech, because under the knowledge that everything you're messaging is surveillanced 100% by the government, it's gonna, kind of infer on your own freedom of speech. You're gonna be not as active, it's literally the joke, like the Discord chats have been leaked. Like, imagine that. Like, you don't want that. You don't want to have that kind of energy put out there in the public. Technical issues, because it's quite obvious that's probably going to be using AI systems or some sort of algorithms which are going to be prone to error, false positives, that sort of things, and it can create issues of people being falsely accused of doing nothing, because normal human beings have a hard time understanding sarcasm in text. Imagine AI doing the same thing. And of course, like, economic impact, because some tech companies might push away from the EU because they don't want to. Like, you know how Apple is really it's really pushy when it comes to, you know, offering the government backdoors or ways into their own security systems. Well, Apple could just simply pull off out of EU because they're like, no, we're not going to comply to this. This breaches our own security. Fuck off. No will for any of these laws, also like chat control, and surely much more would seem strangely coincide. All exact time to strip away as. Yeah. I think, that's it. Okay, let me just. Yeah. Ever you play Minecraft? I don't know if this is a serious question about me playing Minecraft. Haven't done it in a while. You think I will stretch? Usually, you know, like most other people, I have my 2-week Minecraft obsession at best, but I haven't gotten hit by that in a long time. I don't know. For me, Minecraft is, if it's not goal, if I don't get a goal, I don't get it, and I lose the interest for whatever goals I'm setting in Minecraft really quick, even with mods and anything like that. But anyways. But yeah, coming back to the issue. So, what you can do, this website gives you these 6 pointers. You choose how many of them as you want. Let's say either the ones that equally the ones that concern you most, or secondly, depending if you know your government or you know your own country and what exactly your politicians care about, hit them with talking points that might actually concern them. You know, in my case, economical impact. Although I guess most politicians will be interested when you're mentioning money, but you know, privacy rights, breaking encryption, that kind of thing. Let's say you get next, you're getting then a template email with all the points that you just previously selected already listed out, with all the articles necessary already mentioned. So you're actually also citing important existing European laws that this chat control undermines if it were to push. All you need to do after you get this email, just put in your details, your name and address, because you need to prove that you're a citizen of whatever country you are to enter your EPs. Then, you know, then you can also edit this to make it sound or to be structured more in a way that you prefer, or sound more like you, if that's something that you want to do. Then you have review and send. You select your country. Let's say in my case I select Romania, and then you have all the list of representatives. You can select or you know, remove whichever you do not prefer. Like, for example, if there is, like, because it also mentions the political parties under their names. So if there's some political party that you do not agree with, or you just don't want to push it through because you believe that maybe it's not going to ring out, you can just simply unselect it. Then you have either a way to send emails, which I think it does like some sort of a command way to do it, to send an email, or you can just simply copy the message and copy the email addresses, and literally get all the email addresses and put them in whatever email. Sure thing, I will hydrate again. I did hydrate before, I just forgot to mention. Once again, thanks Red, thanks for the hydrate. I appreciate taking care. And also for the stretch, I did stretch. I need to refill, pretty. Oh well, I'll do it I'll do it during the break, no worries. Yeah, you select these, copy. You can also copy the message again, in case you don't, because in my case this function didn't work for me, because I think it does like the mail command, but in my case I don't have like a mail app on my system, because I don't use mail apps. I go to my Gmail on the browser and that's it. So so it is what it. I did drink. But after doing the hydrate, I just got out. That's it. like right now I'm fully out. I'm gonna wait until the ad break to refill, but I did hydrate for your redeem, so I want to be making this very clear. I did sip some blood. I did take a sip. Don't worry about it. Although, to be fair, even though people joke about, a lot about the hydrate, I'm very undiagnosed on my neurospicy, and probably you've noticed because of how fast I talk and how I kind of jump to topic to topic. So yeah, me forgetting how to drink is quite common. So yeah, for me, the hydrate to redeem is actually quite important. It's necessary because there might be people out there who would realize a lot faster than me that probably I should take a sip after talking for so long, because my brain will just forget. But yeah, that's the method. That's something that you can do, and it can make some changes. In my case, again, I already saw a statement from where is he? Where is the man? The legend. I don't see his name. Oi. Ah, there he is. I don't know why he was not selected. Oh, he's the only one that. Oh, we have already some. Oh, it auto removes anyone who has already voiced their opposition. Nice. So already the Romania already has 1, 2, 3, 4 members of parliament who are opposing. One are the Magyar party. One is the socialist. Although surprising, but I'm actually kind of glad. The Conservatives, that's something. The Conservative Party being against it, okay. And yeah, the GOAT, this man, who also voiced a pro-opinion for the Stop Killing Games, Nicolae Ștefănuță. Yeah, I think I've seen his TikTok of his, where he actually made the statement opposing it. And I'm actually surprised of this one. The National Conservatives just said no? Okay, that's weird. This one is also a Conservative Party, but it doesn't necessarily surprise me. I'm actually kind of glad. And yeah, the Magyar Party is pretty... It's still not a lot because, you know, we have 33 representatives. We have quite a lot, so just 4 is not really a big shift, but it's starting. And if somebody is within the bigger party, because this is one of the bigger parties out of the ones here, and the Magyars are the biggest minority party in the country, so yeah, there might be chances for Romania to also be opposing, hopefully. Not sure if there is there like real-time updates on this? But yeah, it offers you a really easy way to do it. I already did it. I already sent the emails. I already pestered my government about it. So you should do the same if you're you can member. Tired of politics. What else have you planned for tonight? For tonight, because I did, even though right now for like an entire hour we did chat it, I usually just put the direct topic that we're gonna cover, which is gonna be tabletop RPGs, specifically because it was already here. We are talking more Lancer today. We already covered the general overview of how the game runs. We covered character creation, we covered how combat goes and general actions that you do in combat. Today we are looking at the Game Master section of Lancer, and this one would also be kind of the section that would conclude my coverage. The general coverage I would do for Lancer. Like, if I'm doing future streams for Lancer, it might be other things, just not overviewing the core book. I might, I don't know, do some fun little things here and there for Lancer, but the overview of the book will end today with me covering game mastery stuff. So that is the plan. Usually my first hour, or at least the first half hour, but in some scenarios it is an hour. Pretty often these days. It's just me having some warm-up talks and chats. So yeah, right now because we're getting pretty close to an ad break, not gonna jump into it immediately. I'm probably gonna jump into it after the ad. But that is the plan. That is the schedule thing for today. And as I mentioned in the past, when it comes to my ttrpg streams, this is a moment where people can just generally discuss about tabletop RPGs, not just the topic I'm covering necessarily, and not just the system that I'm talking about. The topic that I chose is mostly for me to have something to talk about and something to read and something to kind of cover. It's just as filler. But if conversation come around from chat or from you or anything of the sorts, I'm open to discuss anything related to that. Like if you want to, talk about like, I don't know, some experiences in your tabletop games, you maybe want to ask for advice, you have some ideas that you want to, I don't know, brainstorm off or anything of the sorts. I want to kind of harbor within these streams specifically a place where people can just, mouth off, talk about their love for different tabletop games and tabletop RPGs, and help each other out, and I can also offer my own insight. I have certain experience with certain systems to kind of give a bit of my, I guess, my portfolio or my background when it comes to TTRPGs. I've started like in 2018 with Dungeons and Dragons, as most people, in 5th edition. Back in the day, I've kind of played that for quite a few years. I think like up until say 2020, was it 23 or 22 when the OGL fiasco happened? I think 2022. Yeah, I think somewhere around there. But yeah, I almost played for 7-ish years. 7-ish years would be now like 5-ish years at the time, almost. For 5-ish years. Then slowly started to look into other systems, and since last year I've actually started playing a lot more. Mostly so far as a player, I've got into World of Darkness, played some Hunter the Reckoning 1st edition as an imbued, for those who know what an imbued is and what exactly Hunter imbued means in World of Darkness. Of course, Vampire the Masquerade 20th anniversary, pre 5th edition WOD stuff. So that's kind of where I stuck within when it comes to that crazy IP. Also into Gestalt RPG, which for those who do not know what Gestalt RPG is, because it is a bit of a niche system. If you were to put on a spectrum, like on two ends, D&D 5th edition and Pathfinders, I would say maybe 2nd edition remastered, something like that. Gestalt would be somewhere in the middle. Like it's a bit more complex than D&D. Like it offers a bit more customization, that sort of thing, when it comes to character creations and what you have available as skill sets and that kind of thing in the game. But it's not as granular as Pathfinder is. It's somewhere in the middle. Like it offers a lot more, just not as much as Pathfinder does. And it's a really neat one, especially if you enjoy the power fantasy. It's really kind of more heavy on the power fantasy side of it, because characters can easily get powerful, because hence the name Gestalt. One of the core features of the game is that your character has two core classes that they advance in parallel, of equal power. So you can be like a wizard warlock, or I don't know, wizard paladin, or whatever else combos, and both of them level up at equal level. They level at the same time, and that kind of creates more powerful characters. At the same time offers a lot more customization, because class combos can give you more variety. And they also have like a system called the Absolute, where basically you can do infinite damage or have infinite AC or anything of the sorts if you meet certain requirements or certain features. But you are utilizing a limited resource in order to enable them. But yeah, it definitely leans more into the power fantasy, where your characters are definitely powerful and it's less likely for them to die. You can kill quite a lot of things. But it's a fun one. Then also, talking about Pathfinder, I also got into a bit of Pathfinder as well, here and there for a game. Unfortunately, the Pathfinder game and the Vampire the Masquerade 20th edition are a bit on a break, because for all the games that I just talked, aside from the D&D one, I've played them as part of actual plays streamed on Ghost Plays VT channel. She has been our game master or storyteller, depending on the system she has run. Right now we are on a, I think, year-long hiatus at the very least, because she's busy with her live stuff. It's a lot to also game master and deal with a ton of live things, and yeah, we decided those games to be put on the side. I am planning to do my own things when it comes to that, with running games and that kind of thing. Just right now, I have some pressing matters personally, right now, financially speaking, as hence why I have the goal for the coffee and all that. Once I'm out of it, my actual plan is to run my own games. I would like to have my own, at the very least, at the most, no, not at the very least, at the most frequent. I want them at the very least once every 2 weeks, something like that. Like I would like to run a game, not a weekly game. That's something I as a game master will deny, just because I don't want to necessarily to have to hold the responsibility to do this on a weekly basis. Plus, I think it's beneficial for both me and the players to not be 100% committed on a day. You know, they can have that specific day that they commit for the RPGs to also on occasion be something that they can do something else. I think it's a bit more, you know, flexible for everyone involved, and you know, it offers me a bigger time window to actually prep, because I've had situations, this I'm speaking from personal experience, where I've had weeks where I just couldn't do anything. Life happens sometimes, and some weeks have been bogged down with other things that were out of my control that I could not stop or could not weave around, so I was not able to do certain things. So that way, at the very least, I have a larger time frame, because prep time, it's still gonna be the same. It's just don't necessarily expect, like, just because I do it at a 2-week difference, it's gonna be higher quality. I'm hoping it's gonna be a decent quality. It's gonna be my first time ever trying. I've not run a game on stream before, but hopefully it's gonna be at the very least decent. Yeah, that's my goal, but right now I just want to get out of the pressure of paying off my debts, because that one right now, it's kind of the one that kind of keeps me a bit locked, because I have other concerns. And right after that, it's gonna keep me a bit more lax and be able to kind of actually not feel as stressed about it, which is why I push this so heavily, because I'm not the type to ask for money like to this degree, like to have like a donation link pinged or anything of the sorts. You know, I have my donation things put wherever the hell they're put, and that's it. If you have, you know, I may mention them here and there, but that's it. I'm not gonna put them completely on full view or full blast. But anyways, that was a side tangent of things. Yeah, I do know some things, and I do also want to get into more games. Like, again, I've already kind of read a bit more into Lancer. I would like to run a Lancer, and I'm suspecting the game that I'm probably going to run, it's going to be a Lancer game. One of them, at the very least. As I already kind of did a bit of a... I tried to kind of test out the waters with my group to see, like, what would they be interested in. Because I don't want to run D&D. As a game master, no. I'm still enjoy D&D. I still have a lot of love for D&D. Whatever is the 2014 edition, that's the edition that I personally enjoy. But as a game master, I just want to look into other things, try other new things, and improve on that factor. As a player, gladly I will still play it and still have fun with it, but not as a game master. I just want to do other things. So yeah. But anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break because an ad is probably gonna interrupt us pretty soon. And when I return, we're gonna get into Lancer and discuss any other like ttrpg things that we'll discuss, and yeah, we'll get into the actual topics. So yeah, I'll take a quick 5-ish minute break and I'll be right back. See you in a bit. Okay. Now that the ad is over, we can actually get into the things. I always found it weird that the Gorgon's Basilisk doesn't do damage. I'm not too knowledgeable in the mechs yet. I have not like in-depth looked at every one of them. Look, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it's a Horus by the name. Yes. That works. So you can also vaguely read what I'm looking at. So extrude basilisk. Now it's a core ability. Quick action, you protect a horrifying basilisk. Visual data pattern that is incredibly harmful to NHP. Ooh, electronic system. Hard to look at even for humans. The rest of the scene, hostile characters must succeed a system save before attacking, or you or any allied characters within the range of failure, they become stunned until the end of their next turn. Each character cannot be stunned by this effect once. I'll drink. No worries, thanks for taking care. I didn't take a refill. Look, even though it's September, it's still a bit hot around here. Not as hot as summer is, but it's still like within the higher 20 degrees, I think. Okay, how hot has it been? Watch. Fuck off. Operate with me. You're not telling me the weather. Bro, why are you not telling me the weather? What the fuck? Anyways, I think it's still been a bit warm around here. It still felt like kind of over the 25-ish degrees Celsius. So yeah, I still keep my drinks cooled. I don't keep like big amount of the liquids next to me because it gets room temperature. And it's awful, especially during the heat. So yeah, because of that I have to make like runs to refill. I need to buy like one of those like thermic cups or that keeps both warm and cold liquids. That'd be really good. That would be an investment. What type of blood do you prefer? I'm not too picky. I will hydrate again. Because you're doing it multiple times, I'm taking sips. I'm not gonna take big gulps because I'm gonna be out of it in this glass, and and I don't want to make like constant runs to refill about it. Type of blood, I mean, I don't necessarily have a big preference. I mean, I think is it the O blood that works with everyone? That one, it's an all ranger. It works. It's fine. It's crisp. I think I'm right. Fun fact, I'm really bad at biology. I almost failed biology in school, so but I think it's the O type that is the one that it's the universal donor, if I'm not mistaken. Although I've heard like an interesting thing, like they've discovered like multiple types of blood. It's just that they don't necessarily have that level of impact compared to the general blood types, because there are multiple types of blood type or something like that. I don't know, biology things I don't fully remember like what exactly was mentioned, but I've heard like something that they've recently discovered, that there are actually way more blood types than we knew. But when it comes to compatibility, just a few of them are necessary for to check for your body to actually accept, which are usually the AB and O types. B minus makes good for cooling systems. I'm not sure if I want to ask how you know that. That is the O1 type. Okay, about that one, Fridge. I'm not sure if I want to ask how exactly you know that. What exactly B minus? Or is that like a pun? And I'm not getting it because it's B minus or that. Is that the thing? It's like a joke, and it just went over my head initially. You're saying B minus because you're talking about like a negative. There are like hunters, and there is a guy who owns some island that has his own that no one else has. Yeah, there's something like literally like technically it might actually be good for maybe like IDing or something like that, but when it comes to like compatibility, it's not as necessarily. You don't necessarily need to check for all of them because that's crazy. But yeah, that's basically it. Ran to that point where it got to the level where almost, I guess, everyone's blood is basically unique to some extent, almost I guess equivalent maybe to a fingerprint, something like that. He has to store his own blood for it if he needs it. Damn, that sucks. I think that's a different type of I think that's more of a body condition, right? That if your body just refuses everything but just your own blood. The literal point, I think. I don't know. Again, as I said, fail biology. I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to these types of subjects. I know blood is unique, but there's more blood types than people. But almost all people have one of about 8 types. Fair enough. Genetics, I guess. That's probably the thing, right? Oh. And it's more likely due to, you know, evolutionary Darwinism, I guess. That makes sense. But yeah, actually now, because to also be back a bit on the topic with the basilisk, I mean, from what I'm reading in the basilisk, to make a D&D comparison, it sounds like the fear aura that the dragons have, or like some sort of like a fear attack, like fear kind of state, you know, being stunned and that kind of, because that's kind of how I read it from the style. So I could understand on the logic, like, yeah, it's so horrifying that, you know, it's you know, it's so horrifying that it might actually affect it. But consider that, you know, we're talking about computers, we're talking about like systems here. Think of it this way: when a system is stunned, don't necessarily think of it in an actual physical way. Think of it also like computers, because, you know, if your RAM gets overloaded, or you're just getting an overflow of a task or the data on your computer, it's gonna stutter to the point where it's just gonna freeze. The computer is not damaged. It just has too much data that's running at the same time. And that doesn't necessarily actually give physical damage. If you were to also put, like, you know, technical logic to it. Like, why this does not do damage to systems. That's how I interpret it, at least. But yeah, I see it more kind of like the fear aura, or, you know, kind of general, like, fear abilities that you'd see, like in D&D. Yeah, the rare combinations are usually just named after the first guy who have it. Damn, that's a lot of blood. Yeah, the guy from... Yeah, like the guy from the island. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's equally dreadful and equally honorable to have something named after you. It really depends on what exactly you are naming yourself for. Aliens exist. I hope they don't find that out or already know that. I mean, are there like better ways? Like, technically, there are better ways of cooling that can be done. It's just on a technological level, the infrastructure is required. It's kind of insane, because like below zero shit, it's technically like some of the peak cooling kind of that you can do. Like probably nitrogen, anything like nitrogen cooling would, I'm guessing, would be probably superior. Like, yeah, technically anything that can run a bit cold and can, you know, retain heat for a long time is a good cooling system. It's like a good cooling liquid, but not all of them are built equally. Like, yeah, blood could be a good cooling, but I don't think it's the best form of cooling. It'll do some kind of kinky shit with the info. Rare blood types are rarely ever actually medically significant, but it will be annoying when... Yeah, transfusion are the bitch, to be fair. Thankfully, I've not had... Which is actually the funny thing, because I've never had the need for like a blood transfusion. You know, putting the sipping aside. I've no idea what blood type I actually am. So I leave it to this, I have no clue. And thankfully I've been pretty sturdy with my own health and body, so none of that was required so far. You know, knock on wood. Anything of wood here? God damn it, Dave, with nothing. There we go, knock on wood. Yeah, that's good. If you're a determined experiment, maybe. Also, to not get too sidetracked, powering swarm. Devouring swarm. What are you referring to with devouring swarm? Sometimes I'm a bit lost, because again, preface, when it comes to Lancer, I recently, you know, these streams are kind of my most in-depth part of it that I've done with Lancer. So as I said, in-depth knowledge when it comes to like the mech's abilities and equipment out there, I have don't really have. I've not really checked into it. I just know the gist of how the game runs now. that you're a vampire, but you're also an outdoors type of vampire. Like, I don't know, do you take hikes at night or something? To be fair, yeah, I'm a bit more of a, not necessarily shut-in, but I guess introverted is the right word. I'm not the planner type, basically. Doing shit on my own is very rare when it comes to like outdoorsy things. Just, I don't know, I feel like it's more fun if you try to at least hang out with somebody. On my own is kind of... And right now I'm in a scenario where most of the people that I usually hang out with and all that are in a different city. I moved out. Technically I moved back in my home, and I'm a bit more introverted. And right now, because I'm still chaotic in how I do all my work and how I do all my things, it's a bit all over the place to actually also schedule myself, which would be a healthy thing, to have a bit of a few occasional walkouts here and there. I still get out with vtuber. I'm not saying, you know, I'm not a full-on shut-in. I'm just introverted and I just prefer to do things, well, not my own. That sort of thing. So when it comes to like hikes or anything of the sorts, it's been a bit since I've done one. Been outside, I've been outside. I've had to do it here and there. But I said got the game is a cheat and not found it. Yeah, the book itself offers I think it offers for combat. It offers like a quick combat reference, like full-on page, what you need to look on. But I can understand probably the stylized iconography sometimes can be can take a bit, because yeah, even for me it took a bit to kind of, you know, figure out like what exactly each of them meant. Because yeah, we have here the hexagon, for example, which is the plus being if I'm not mistaken, the plus is not difficulty, is the other name. It's the bonus one, while the minus one is a difficulty, so that means that it goes to the other dice. Yeah, you have the damage types are also iconography. Yeah, I can understand that, you know, for some people it can be a bit hard and just prefer to be like a bit more blunt. Hey, just fucking tell me what this is. I'm not sure if their index is compact enough. Check. Pretty sure they have like any TTRPG, they should have like an index. End of it, let me check. Index. Yeah, just send. Backer oh, the backer. Okay, the one. And the character sheet. The hexagon, if you are talking about, 1 second. I know I saw some in the combat one. Okay, because I just this one, if it's a hexagon with a plus, you get a bonus to your roll. The bonus is, if I'm not mistaken, because I'm also still relearning it, and just to preface, I do this once a week, so I have not like constantly looked through it, and I'm not actively playing it right now, so even I might misremember. The bonus one, I think it reduces the AC. It reduces like what that number you need. Oh no, I'm wrong. It gives you like an additional roll, not in the sense of yeah, in the sense of how many rolls you can do, and you can pick. You can then pick whichever is the highest. Like for example, if you have to just roll 2d6, you just roll them twice and pick the higher result of the two. Remember correctly. Hold up, we have the book, let's just reference, so I'm not talking out of my fucking ass. Bigger, more comprehensive, cheat it. Yeah, it's fair. To be fair, some of the things, it's one of those things that, you know, you start to learn as you play. I'm a big proponent of that. Of just get the basics, like just how to move your character, do some actions, do some things, and the rest of it, you learn as you go, and, you know, as you encounter them, you start to kind of cover them and get a bit of a better idea. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's in Structure of Play. think it's, yeah, attack saves, I think. Yeah, accuracy and difficulty. Yeah, accuracy adds a d6 to your roll, difficulty subtracts a dc, and it works on a 1-to-1 basis. So, and they are stackable. For 2 accuracy, you roll 2d6. But the thing is, if I remember correctly, to make quality match. Yeah, it would be nice seeing a vampire play a vampire hunting game. I know of the Witcher series. I own. I think I have the first game, OG. I think I have the Witcher 3. I'm pretty sure. Okay, check. I think I have it on GOG. I have the Witcher. Out of the CD Projekt Red, I played the I played Cyberpunk. I did stream the entire game, including the DLC, because that's why I did it. I wanted to play the DLC because I had the DLC since I started playing it. Since it's released, but I've not played it for like a year. I just had it in my library. I played the main game on launch. I got the DLC when it Phantom Liberty when it got released at the time, but it took me. But I have not played it for like a year, and I decided like fuck it. I started streaming. Let me just stream the game from zero again, because to be fair, I just wanted to re-experience it from zero, and also let me play the DLC while I'm at it. Witcher, I would like to get into Witcher. I think I have the main game. I don't know if I have the DLC. And I know it's a lengthy game. And right now I'm playing Final Fantasy 14, and I don't want to put too many long RPG games within the same schedule, because then I'm just gonna do that for the entire stream schedule across the weeks. And I have like the biggest. I think I'm not the only one of that problem where if I put off for too long an RPG type of game, I have to then at some point have to take it back from scratch because I don't remember what the fuck I was doing, and I have to redo it again just so I get a refresher. Because that's kind of where I got with Baldur's Gate 3 right now. Like literally, I played up until I was somewhere towards the final act, the end of the final act of the third act. Took a pause because life things happened, and just haven't gotten back into it. And at this point, I'm kind of afraid to jump back into that save file because it's been so fucking long, and I'm not sure if I remember some of the shit that I left off. I would be so annoyed if I just leave it. But yeah, I was right. So yeah, when you get accuracy, you basically roll as many dice as you gain accuracy, and you pick the highest result out of the additional dice you roll, and that is your bonus. So it's not really cumulative, but the more accuracy you have, the higher the chance you have for getting a bigger number. Just start over. You learn as you play. Yeah, but that's the thing. Baldur's Gate, like, I am already with that game, like, and I played like just one act, and occasionally just jumped off with a few extra characters, because I am also an alcoholic, I'm not gonna lie. But I already have 136 hours, and more than 100 hours I played in my first playthrough, and I was not even at the end of it. So that's the thing, it's the commitment that I have to once again jump 100 hours to get to the point where I was, and then continue. Which I will gladly do at some point, but not right now. I'm debating if I should stream it or not at some point. I kind of, to be fair, if I were to stream, my idea with Baldur's Gate, because they have a Twitch integration, I kind of, once I get a more consistent viewership, my wish would be to like run a game, playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 and just let the chat do a ton of choices and just go with that, because there is the Twitch integration where the chat can vote on the dialogue options. So I'd like to do something like that if I were to stream. But yeah, I do have The Witcher. I would like to play it at some point. Although to be speaking about like vampire things, like vampire the game, I do have Vampire that at some point, and now that I've had a game for a while, I'm thinking on playing it because I wanted to jump on that game for a while because it's kind of on theme. So that's definitely one. Considering that, especially that I've also got into WoD, into the deep dark hole that is World of Darkness, all that. But even though I knew of Vampire the Masquerade and all that, at the very least, Vampire the Masquerade and Werewolf, I knew of the two because those are like the most popular in the general pop culture of monster things outside of just the WoD's RPG circle. I've never actually played Bloodlines, the first one, the original. So I would like to get Bloodlines at some point and maybe also play that on stream. That would be kind of fun. Especially now that I'm in the deep hole that is WoD, and probably have a better understanding and appreciation of that game if I were to play it. Not really that interested in Bloodlines 2. They've done some shitty things with the DLCs and all that. Not sure if I'm gonna look into it. But yeah, I'm thinking of doing some other things like, vampire themed here and there. Another one that I wanted to do for a while, I don't own the game for this one either. Also Resident Evil Village, because it's really close to home when it comes to setting. So that'll be a fun one to play. Even though I'm not into the I've seen the Resident Evil stuff here and there, but I've never been like too big on the series myself. But Village specifically, just because going back into the old country, mostly, and taking that kind of level of appreciation. Paradox are kind of just publisher. So, to be fair, I'm not sure how much this is a Paradox problem. It's just that Bloodlines has been like in development hell for a long time. The sequel, because it changed 2 studios. I'm pretty sure even internally it probably changed a lot of developer hands. And all that. I understand that a lot of like the 4X games and all that can pile up in expenses when it comes to DLCs. I've seen The Sims, believe me. In anything that is immersive sim-ish or like simulator or something like a 4X game, I know it gets really heavy in the investment DLC side of things pretty quick. Not just Paradox, I've seen it in others as well. Okay, look at even though I love the game, fucking adore it. It's a really fun game. Payday 2. Fucking hundreds of DLCs, and some of them are fucking mandatory because some of the best shit you can have in the game is on this DLC. Yeah, I'm not saying that Paradox is amazing. I'm hopeful that things might be getting, not too hopeful, that things might be getting better for the WoD community, for those who are at least in the circles of newer WoD things. Because White Wolf has resurfaced once again as an official, entity, publisher, and company to maintain and keep hold of the brand. Once again, I'm putting an asterisk, somewhat hopeful about it, because if I'm not mistaken, one of the big heads for it right now is an ex-Wizard of the Coast, like D&D person. I'm not saying that most of the D&D like designers and developers, like creators, are completely fine. They're awesome people. It's just, Hasbro is doing Hasbro things. That it's usually the problem why D&D got to the point where it got. So that's why I'm putting like an asterisk, because it might be good, it might be bad. It really depends on how exactly that creator, I forgot exactly who was that joined the White Wolf. I don't know. Maybe it's gonna be good. Maybe it's gonna be bad. I'm semi-hopeful that things are gonna be better. Bloodlines is definitely not one of them because it came a bit too late. It just, White Wolf just resurfaced recently, and I don't think they would have had any sort of influence. And that game was already a bit of a shit show, being delayed, in development hell, changed studios, and probably in-house a ton of developers. So it already had a ton of red flags and warning signs that this might have problems. This might not be great. But to me, the biggest problem that I see with Bloodlines is literally having 2, I know Toreador. I know like this. I think was it like Toreador? I know the La Sombra and Araceli. I think they weren't like a playable clan in the previous game. But still, but Toreador was. But even so, putting 2 4 iconic clans of the game behind DLC, that's fucking wild. Especially if one of them was also part of the core game of the original. And also, they're not like DLC in the sense, oh yeah, they're tied into some DLC storyline that's gonna be released later. No, it's gonna be available day 1 as you fucking get the game. It's just pay extra if you wanna fucking be the clan. Which, fuck off. That's shitty. That's insanely shitty. No. Yeah, look, I'm saying I'm gonna be with the Payday 2 one. I'm gonna be a bit biased just because I like Payday 2. I'm not saying that it's amazing. I don't necessarily condone this kind of practice business-wise, but yeah, that one is crazy. Thankfully, it's not like the entire DLCs are mandatory. There are some DLCs here and there that are really good. It really depends on what you want to do in the game and what kind of play styles you want within the game, and you just pick and choose. And most of them are not at ridiculous prices. But, you know, if you want all of them, yeah, they pile up. It's a lot of money. And that one, then it gets a bit of a problematic. Oh, but the I'm also on the Game Mastery Toolkit like page, so at least I can remember a bit about it. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly from where I. Oh yeah, general like game things and all that. I think that's where I was gonna like, yeah, vampire things or vampire adjacent stuff. Surely it's gonna be in the future point. Something I want to do, but again, I want the DLC. I don't have them. The Shadow of the Earth Tree. I would like to do like an Elden Ring stream and have an arcane build, which is full on blood thematics. Like, I have like games that I would like to stream, like, but with some of them I would just like to, you know, also have the full experience, like what is currently available. And right now, you know, funds be limited, so I can't really be doing that right now. Because I haven't finished. I've played on and off Elden Ring, but I've never gotten to a point to finish it. Not because I got like some roadblock or anything like that. No, I persevered. It's just again, same thing. Paused, been on and off. Paused on playing. Then I came back, and you know, the muscle memory was off. I don't remember what the fuck I had, what the fuck I was doing. Especially when it comes to a FromSoft game that is open world like Elden Ring. And yeah, that's sort of. And I know I had some other ones. The one that I played recently, and I would also keep an eye out for it later down the line, which is Reculest, which is a visual novel, dark romance game made by like an Aussie studio, which I had a lot of fun with it for like a visual novel. I would definitely keep an eye out for it, which is very in theme. It's literally set in the actual place. Of course, some creative liberties here and there, but overall, surprisingly authentic when I got through the demo. Yeah, with The Witcher, I'm again stuck. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure. I know I have Witcher there. I think I have it on GOG. I'm pretty sure it's. I think I have it on. No, I don't. I know I got it for free from somewhere. Although, 80% sale on Epic. It's actually... Huh. I just might not have all the DLCs or something like that. Probably. I'm not sure if for the Witcher is relevant for those who are more into the Witcher than I am, because I have no idea. Are the other two games relevant when it comes to the general story of The Witcher? Like, or can I just jump in with the 3? Can be done with it. I think I have one. Again, I got it for free at some point from somewhere. Don't remember if I have the second sequel. Anyways, that kind of is mulling over. Let's also talk about game mastery things when it comes to Lancer, or definitely like also jump in a bit into that. I'm completely fine with, you know, generally like talking off, getting into tangents and all that. It's completely fine. I don't necessarily mind. So don't feel discouraged just because, you know, you put me in a tangent. Oh no, we're no longer on topic or something like that. As I said, these ones, these streams, specifically the TRPG ones, are very kind of tangenty. Because ttrpgs are a large scope things, so you know it's gonna be it's gonna be here and there, because I think I had like almost an hour long rant last time of just general WoD shenanigans, because that's usually how it goes when it comes to WoD. You just get into tangents with our game. That game is a deep hole that once you get into it, you're never getting out, and I know that firsthand, because fuck's sake, that game is infecting me right now. Because even to this day, I have like moments like, oh, that'd be like really cool, like what thing if I were to do it for like X, Y, Z. I'm like, stop it, no, please. I want to do other things. Don't just keep me WoD pilled for all this long. But anyways, let's see what exactly the game mastery guide contains. Okay, so every game of Lancer, needs a game master. If you're here reading this section, that's probably you. Size, usually it is, because that's how I got into my DMing thing. Like literally, probably the most stereotypically way of just nobody could be asked to do it. So I was like, fine, I'll do it myself. Just picked up some things and just started running, because I had the big itch of playing D&D and just I didn't have a group to do it, so because nobody else was willing to fucking game master. So I was like, fine, I'll do it, whatever, if nobody else wants to. Even though at times I still have the joy of being a player. I've also developed the joy of being a game master. Don't get me wrong, especially as doing it with D&D and all that. But there are things that I just still enjoy a lot more when I'm a player, because you know, something about having just a singular character that you can deconstruct, think about, put them in all these special little scenarios, and kind of really pick apart like what they are as an individual, how exactly they act, how exactly they'll behave and interact with the current situation or environment they're in. It's really interesting. Yeah. But anyways, the Game Master is responsible for the most important parts of the game, creating a story and a world for that story to take place in, portraying NPCs, and acting as a facilitator, judge, and arbitrator of rules. This may sound daunting, but that's why this section of the books exists. Give you the tools and help you with the heavy lifting. Being a Game Master can be incredibly rewarding experience, and we believe everyone should try it at some point in their role-playing career. Yes, please try it. It'll be surprising how fun it is. And honestly, to me, and I've said this many times, for those who have this kind of inkling or just any desire of getting into game development and that sort of thing, start with game mastering. Start with just running a TTRPG of something already existing and run a game. You'll be surprised of all the parallels you can get. Like how exactly, especially in the gameplay scenario. But even for other things like narrative structure and narrative play and narrative design, and there is a lot of parallels. There is a lot that you can learn by just experiencing TTRPGs with Game Master, and especially if you get more and more involved in your Game Master kind of role, and you start customizing, you start making your own things, you start creating more and more your own world, and being, you know, bringing your own tools and your own creations. Maybe you want to make classes, items, I don't know, anything, or whatever that system may be that might have something additional. That's gonna be that's literally good exercise with no pressure. You're just there in a safe space with your friends and just having fun, not necessarily putting yourself out there. But it's a really good way to kind of exercise and kind of, you know, test the waters, put your feet in and see how you feel about it. It's a really good way to kind of get into game development, at the very least when it comes to game design. It's a good rabbit hole. There's a lot of parallels and vice versa, literally. For anybody that wants also like good game master tips, at the very least when it comes to D&D, I would say this with D&D. Honestly, I was so shocked how Baldur's Gate 3 to me felt like a good example of how you can run games, how you can set up games, especially when it comes to combat. Like, take any of the boss fights, take any of the combat arenas and how they are set up, how they are put up, and how the enemies are kind of placed and all that. That's gonna be a great, those are great advice and great tips and great ideas on how exactly you can also incorporate that into your own tabletop games, into your own kind of like physical games. There's a lot of parallels that you can learn from each of them. And it's a good way to kind of get your feet in. So yeah, honestly, my biggest recommendation, especially if you want to get into game development, try it out first with game mastering, and put a bit of involvement to it. Like, yeah, the first few sessions, just, you know, run as a game master with just the bare minimum tools would run, but then start a bit more, try something new, maybe create something, do something a bit more custom, experiment with ideas, and you'll see that it's slowly how close it is to the game development process to some degree. But yeah, to continue, anyone can be a great game master with a little practice, and this section equips you with the tools you need to tell an amazing story. Like, yeah, nobody's gonna be amazing from the first run, I'm telling you right now. You might be good, like, maybe when it comes to like telling a story or something like that. Yeah, you might have a bit of that proficiency, but you might not necessarily understand fully how to run the game, or vice versa. You might get a bit of an idea of how to run the game, or can quickly pick that up, but you're still struggling into the story category. Anything of the sorts, it's fine. Nobody, believe me, especially if you're playing with friends and also all your friends are all kind of beginners and all that. Like, again, I was shocked myself because I just did the very bare minimum. Not really bare minimum, I'll be fair. I'm very spicy, and I probably just hyper focused a bit on it and done probably a bit more than I should have with my first session. But still, once I started running, it really was a bit all over the place in many scenarios. But still, at the end of it, my players were like, that was fun, let's see you again next week and continue where we left off. And from that point on, I had like a year-long campaign that point on and that was it was really fun. I still, even though it's not my best campaign, it's still my very first campaign, I'm still fond of it. Yeah, just because you're not gonna be perfect at it first time, it's completely fine. Believe me, I made so many mistakes in that one. To this day, I just still read with it. But yeah, in this section you'll find advice for setting up a game session or campaign and creating a hook to draw your players into the world you're creating, ideas for rewarding players, a toolkit for changing the game using certain rules and adding extra flavor, a guide for creating non-player characters or NPCs for mech combat. So, and actually pretty comprehensive, especially like setting up the game. It's a good idea. You know, ideas for rewards, that's really important. You have to give incentives for player to be like, hey, do you want to do this? Here, you'll get this. Of course, customization, that's really important. And yeah, you know that, because that's a core structure of the game. On one note before we move forward, there is a reason for this section is called a guide, the jumping off point rather than a prescriptive set of rules. At the end of the day, we hope it will inspire you to create your own content, worlds, and NPCs for Lancer. So yeah, again, these are guidelines, as any tabletop core book would probably say. You like, in some scenarios, and you could even take Lancer to some extent, take the entire book as a guideline. Like, if you feel like something is not fun for both you and your group, just do it. Be it mechanical, storytelling, or how exactly it's presented. Don't do it, change it, or simply have it removed, and that's it. Nobody's telling you how to play your game. Hold on, if you and your group unanimously agree on this should be this way, then do it this way. Nobody's gonna criticize you. It's your game. So do it the way you like. Yeah, when it comes to Game Master principles, there are as many different opinions about what makes a good Game Master as there are player and Game Masters. Our rule of thumb is The best way to game master is whichever one works best for you and the people in your game. But it can be tricky to figure out how to create a great play environment on your own. For that reason, here are some principles of game mastering that can be applied for almost all situations. If you keep these principles in mind, we are on strong belief it will enhance your game and the storytelling therein. So, first, this one is definitely the most important one, facilitate fun. And I think also Gestalt had this as their first pointer as well in so many other games. As the game master, your job is to facilitate, arbitrate, and make rulings, and to adapt your notes, world, and narrative in response to your players' choices. Your job isn't to defeat your players, although your role includes setting the tone and facilitating play. Your mission isn't to ensure your players' characters wind up dead and defeated. You're there to make sure everyone is having a good time and engage in the collaborative story. That said, you should still challenge your players. Failure is rich in narrative and role-playing territory. It's not you against your players, it's not the game master versus players, it's all of you working together to create something collaborative. But you as a game master are also setting up challenges. You cannot, of course you can have something low stakes of a game, fine if that's something game group that you desire, but challenge is still a key part of most games, so that doesn't mean that you can't add challenge. It's just don't think as challenge as, oh yeah, the challenge is survive. No, challenges can be near, could be something akin to near death, could be something a bit more narrative, or I think I've heard like the best advice, like yeah, maybe the players will fucking min-max their way out of everything and be immune or whatever the fuck, or not be as damaged or as affected by most mechanical things. But there is one type of damage that never they are never immune to, and that's emotional damage. Use whatever they have, backstories, NPCs that they are attached to, elements of the worlds that they care about, and put that at stake to some extent, and you'll find that your players will shift and be like, oh, now I'm invested. Okay, fuck you at this point. I have a different goal outside of just being like, ah, yeah, just don't touch me. So yeah, and especially if you put occasional like moral dilemmas, no, not necessarily moral, or even personal dilemmas in front of them. Yeah, it's not always just about the mechanical. Yeah, renounce control as the second pointer. As a game master, accept that the story you may tell may not be the one that you outline. It never is. I'm telling you right now, it never is. Your players will kill important NPCs before they become important. Your players will not go to that colony where they could find an important data log. Your players may not bite the hook you want them to bite. Your player characters with their backstories and that are perfectly integrated in your campaign might die, forcing you to your notes. Ultimately, it's important to go with the story that you're telling with your players at the table, rather than try to stick to the one you originally envisioned. Yeah, it's very rare for plans to go as for stories to go as planned, or sessions to go there. Adapt, improvise, overcome kind of situation where shit hits the fan, players decide to do something that you did not expect. Oh well, just go with the flow, see what works. In some scenarios even, it's completely valid to be like, okay, what you put in front of me, it's really shifting things. Let's have a 5-minute break. Let me just gather my thoughts, figure out how this thing moves forward. Then let's come back and see what the fuck is happening. And yeah, no plan is truly idiot-proof. Me personally, I'm a bit of a planner. To some extent, I like to have some stuff outlined just because I still need to improve on my improv aspects of game mastering. That is my side that it still needs to that it still needs a bit of work. So that's why I prefer to have at the very least some things outlined, or some things that I suspect that are gonna come up sooner or later within a session, even if it may not be this session, depending on how things come. I've had the occasional scenario of like may be taken by surprise. Some things might go faster than expected, and then the next thing's gonna come up on at the very least. Then you have it a bit outlined. Gygax Law, your player party will always be as stupid as necessary to utterly derail all of your plans. Kind of, yes. I don't know why to me this specifically this one the Gygax law sounds a bit confrontational, like in the sense that the players are actively doing this, like actively being stupid to derail your plans. Sometimes they can do that. I'm not saying that, but I don't know. To me, that kind of puts it a bit into that mentality that players will always go against the grain, which I don't see that as being the case. But occasionally being the confrontational adversary, or at least playing a bit, putting a bit of friction, that's completely fine. And definitely, although 100% sessions are never gonna run the way you expect. Never. Don't think you're gonna ever see. I don't know if you were to see the our first Hunter game, which technically you can see because they're on the YouTube channel. I'm not sure if Ghost has put all the archives up, but most of the archives are up there. At the very least, you'll see how quickly it derails from being a Hunter build game to a point where one of us becomes a vampire, that being my character, another one becomes a mage somehow. Don't ask. It just got multi-splat really fast. Not really fast, but it got like in a few sessions, it turned into a multi-splat. Later down the line, another one becomes a mage, and then the last one becomes a mage, and then it's turned into a vampire. So yeah, and none of that was planned. Literally, the whole thing with me becoming a vampire was out of my own stupid ass. Like literally, I just decided to just, fuck around and also find out at the same time. Okay, that's another. It's a very obvious story hook call in. I feel like this is a specific call out to somebody, and I don't know. It feels like that. I don't know. Like sometimes it can be. I've had those situations where like, oh man, this is so obvious, but you'd be surprised. To be fair, this is a general thing. It also happens a lot with I don't actually know Colin. Well, if there's anybody on stream called Colin, or that they're gonna watch the VOD later down the line, and all of a sudden they're just gonna have a cold sweat. You've been called out, Colin. You have missed that plot hook. It's because of you. It's you that are gonna be the problem. Oh yeah, the fuck, I forgot to. I was going with this. Ah shit, full on derailed. Now my brain now has been full on derailed. What exactly I was talking about? Because it was about like things not going to plan. Fuck, damn. Literally, I'm blanking out right now. What the fuck? It really took me out. I don't know the memes of DMs having their search history. Easy puzzle for children. Yeah. Oh yeah, right now I remember. Right now, God, you brought me back to it. Actually, you brought me back. Yeah, it's actually a very common game development issue, where game developers, designers, programmers, and all that, they are so engrossed into their work. They're doing that. They're working on that game for so long that they gain a level of mastery of the game. Like, I'm not saying that developers ever become like esports level gamers when it comes to designing their own things, but they gain a level of mastery, especially those who constantly test out and do quality assurance or bug tests and all that, and they become more intrinsically aware of how their game works and how certain aspects in the game, like where are the cues for the story, gameplay thing, or whatever, or anything like that. That's kind of the thing. Like, you yourself as an individual, when you're designing a session, when you're creating a session, of course you're gonna see them as really obvious after a while, because you are engrossed in it. You are engrossed in the entire process. You know all the ins and outs. You know everything what it means. While the players are gonna be thrown out there for the first time and be like, and just sometimes fumble out. It's very general. It's quite a common thing, and this can apply to outside of just game development, and sessions can be one of them. But been so deep into setting up your plots and the storylines and your narratives and all that, that you think they are obvious, you think they are made obvious, you think they are made easy to understand or easy to connect, but in your perspective, it is so because you know everything behind it. You know how everything interconnects. You have more points of reference that lead you towards it than maybe your players will have, or you'd forget, or there is also the occasional time that everybody is human. Players might forget shit, and they will not realize the connection. Schrodinger's party will guess your entire plot and every twist in 4 hours ahead of time, but will somehow take 3 hours on a simple puzzle. I mean, I feel like that one balances out. Like, if you're like, oh no, my plot hook has been completely derailed. Quick, 5-year-old game puzzle. Here, have at it, and let them for 3 hours to try to figure it out. And while in that moment, just write something completely new in real time. Because by the time they're done with the puzzle, you'll probably also have something else done. Yeah, as much as the genius versus DRC in equal measure. Yeah, that is the nature of a player. I'm not saying that I'm necessarily better. I'm definitely not. I've had a yeah. This was for the Pride Month charity from last month from Oz, where Unplugged Professor was the game master. I did an insane thing that I should have fucking seen it from the very beginning, but I just didn't. Where I put into my backstory the whole thing that I was a kobold. I was a servant of a green dragon and all that. Green dragons and also known to shapeshift into humanoids. I was able to steal some items from the dragon's treasure hoard as part of some of my starting items for that one shot. And at some point, we encountered at the beginning of the one shot a character that kind of guides us through the scenario and the main thing that we were about to do in the session. Or later down the line, towards the end of the session, then we meet that character again. They make a comment on that ring that I collected, and that of me returning it, or like me giving it, and I'm saying that no, I'm not giving it to you. I want to return it to its owner, as I said in character. Like, okay, sure. Only for them to be like to get the reveal that the fucking person was the dragon all along. And I just, as the reveal was happening, I was like, oh my fucking god, how the fuck I did not see this? It was foreshadowed from, because the comment on my ring was given literally from the start of the session, and I just did not pick it up. I just did not make the connection. It just blew my fucking mind. So yeah, you'll find moments where you have moments where your big foreshadowing thing that you may suspect or not just does not connect. Like literally, up until the moment the reveal was done, I just did not realize. Just had no idea. Because hey, here's the other perspective. You're also a player. You're trying to figure out like all the objectives that you're doing. I'm not saying that to the same level of the game master, but you have also other things on mind, not just the core whatever thing that the DM is throwing you immediately in that moment. They might think of other things that they're about to plan out or want to do or want to achieve in the immediate following, I don't know, minutes or hour or something like that. Like, planning happens and sometimes people forget, or sometimes they just don't make the connection like I did. I didn't make the connection. To be fair, it made the session be tenfold better. Like, to me, that reveal just made that session. I mean, that was like probably one of the best one-shots I played personally because of that insane reveal that happened. Because I felt like so fucking stupid, and at the same time I was like, oh my god, that's so fucking cool that you played with me all this entire time and I just couldn't see it. Plus, because he made for like a really good story moment, like the big reveal, and just me being fucking out there shocked, like, nah, fuck off, don't do this to me. But yeah, once again, I'll take a quick break. I know this hour also has been like generally ranty, but we also talked TTRPG things, so I think like it's progress. But an ad is about to pop up in a few minutes, so probably less than a minute. So I'm gonna take a break now so we don't get interrupted in our discussions, and I'll return once the ad is over. Okay, there we go. Ad is over, had a refill, all of that. Okay, just checking out. Okay, so let's continue. We are already covering 2 points: renounce, control, and facilitate fun. Now consider your players. As the game master, try to set expectations and ensure that everyone at the table feels comfortable and gets a chance to make a contribution. Make sure that your players are comfortable with the tone and expectations of your game, both in terms of both in terms of content and the type of game you're running. If you're planning to grapple with a sensitive subject, ask yourself if it's really important to the game. Clearly talk through your intentions with your players. To be fair, this is a very kind of session 0-ish thing to kind of lines and veils type stuff. Figure out which are the no talking points, the yes talking points, that kind of thing. If they don't feel safe and included at the table, that's on you. It's your job as a facilitator of the game to reach out to them. Again, there is a bit of, social responsibility when it comes to game mastering. Can't just passive about it. I've had to take a few steps in at times where, at the very least, to me personally, some lines were crossed, and I was like, okay, back the fuck down. Hold up. Let's not do this kind of thing again. You're giving me some justifications here, but I can just throw them back at you and give you the same level of thinking against your argument. So yeah, don't fucking do it again. The sort of scenarios. I've had moments where, I had to step in, and it's important to do so. Kind of set boundaries and say, make sure that, within the space people feel comfortable about shit. Additionally, remember that different players might enjoy different kinds of stories. Some players love combat-heavy games, others prefer political sessions full of roleplay, in which nobody fires a shot. You shouldn't try to satisfy everybody, but be clear about what kind of game you're running so players can set their expectations. Like, yeah, set up a game, either, give like a list of, hey, these are the kind of topics and type of games that I would be open to run. Maybe run a majority kind of discussion of what exactly would be fitting, that sort of thing. Definitely try not to appeal to absolutely everybody, because it muddles down things, it gets too complicated, it just spreads it out thin, and it's not gonna feel as impactful. It's where you feel like you have to bring every aspect to the table that the players need or want. Better said want. Okay, you have to balance it out, and yeah, at times be like, okay, these are the pointers of what kind of game this is. If this is the kind of game that you're still willing to play, good. If not, that's completely fine. You can step away from it and something different. Now, as point number 4, say yes. I'm guessing this kind of plays in the yes and kind of improv rule. As the game master, try to say no as little as possible. While some things will always be impossible, whether that's the rules, your judgment, or common sense, it's almost always better to say yes and, yes but, or yes however. That is how than it is to say no. Instead of outright denial, give players new options or other, more difficult perhaps, way of accomplishing their goals. Offer them lesser outcomes, or just let them attempt it anyway. The outcome will always be the same, but handling the choice over to players empowers and rewards them, as well as keeping the story moving. Remember, players can carry some of your storytelling weight. If they ask whether they can do something, one of the best responses in turn is to turn the question back on them, asking how they attempted. Yeah, again, collaborative storytelling. Like, the player wants to do something that maybe at first hearing sounds impossible. Let them run through their logic. Let them run through, like, okay, what are you expecting me, or what are you hoping to achieve, and how exactly do you hope to achieve it? Run me through your logic, run me through your steps, and based on that, I can figure out if there's something there that you can accomplish through some roles, through some roleplay, through some other means, and also see if it's within it, if what you're asking about is also seems viable, or within, you know, common sense expectations, or not too ridiculous or outside the scope of the rules, but definitely not necessarily put it in the way of, oh, I want to do X. Okay, tell me how. I don't know, you're the DM. Tell me how to. I just want to do X. Now, collaborate on both ends. If you want to do something as a player, try to think of a way of how exactly you would like to do that thing. Or even if you can't go through the entire, like, in-depth or kind of like detailed step by step, like at the very least bring out some pointers, like I'm hoping that I can do it like in this kind of way, maybe utilizing, I don't know, certain skill sets that I have, or maybe I want to utilize this tool, maybe because I think like that could be useful, like or at the very least, you know, give some pointers that maybe the game master could then connect together and be like, okay, I kind of see where your line of thinking might be going, maybe I can offer it something to you, and then yeah, based on these, go ahead. You see, like maybe it seems achievable, so okay, yes, you do this and this is what comes out of it. Yeah, you can do that, but there might be something not as expected, or yes, you can do this, but there might be some other consequence to it outside of just goal. Yeah, again, collaborative storytelling, because that is at the heart of the Lancer games, as this paragraph says. You should want your players laughing, crying, serious, and silly. You should want them doodling their characters on the other player's turns, or ordering takeout to eat over their character sheet. Game Master isn't the reason the players show up. They show up for their characters and your world. Without protagonists in your drama, you have no game, no story. Like, yeah, no matter how you try to be like, no, I want to run my story. Bro, if you want to run your story, write a book. You're out here with people that want to equally do that, and equally participate, and equally be involved and have an impact. If you want everything to run within your line of scope, that's not game mastering. That's you just trying to be an author. So yeah, big ones, and yeah, facilitate fun. That should always be priority. Everybody should have an enjoyment of the things you're doing. Renounce control. It's not always gonna go as planned. That's completely fine. Just go with the flow. See where everything goes. Always have your players in mind when you're doing things, because there might be things that they might not enjoy. They might have a problem with, or could literally be triggering some degree, because everybody has their shit. Everybody deals with something. Nobody's perfect. Nobody can storm through anything. There might be people out there desensitized to something. There might be people out there where something that might seem completely inoffensive to others can bring back, I don't know, past traumas or past experiences that they don't want to relive. Puts them into a really bad mindset or a position health-wise. But, you know, it's important to do that. And finally, yeah, yes, always try as best as you can to go with what the players are wanting to, even not just sticking to your guns. But yeah, eliciting responses. Eliciting responses from players is an easy way to engage with players as a game master. Eliciting simply means asking for information or responses directly from the players. This might sound tricky, but in truth, it's a simple tool that can be very helpful when a game is stalling or stagnating. Here's a couple of ways where you can elicit actions from players and get a game moving. Ask questions, especially simple ones. What do you think you're going to do next? How does your character feel about this? Who's feeling suspicious here? What do you think is really going on? What's the way forward from here? Like, yeah, eliciting responses be like, it's kind of like nudging them in a way, like, hey, this within this context, like, what exactly are you feeling about it? Try to kind of put them kind of a bit on the spot of like making them kind of put together and making them kind of think about the environment and scenario and scene that they're currently in. And as even though maybe they'll seem that they'll kind of struggle or kind of be a bit slow at the beginning, they'll slowly kind of pick up with it, because this is also kind of a bit of a trick. This is definitely a very psychological in nature. It's almost kind of like you're eliciting kind of a behavior, which initially it starts with like an intrinsic cue, and something that you know, brings you forward to action, because you need a cue. That cue then elicits an action. That action then results to that gives an outcome, and that outcome then probably goes towards the reward, and that rewards will then cycle back. But yeah, it starts initially intrinsically, but with time, the players are gonna slowly adapt, slowly kind of get used to this line of thinking, and even without asking, slowly but surely, they might start to occasionally, here and there, just be like, okay, we're in this scenario, let me think of what exactly I feel about this, how exactly I should respond about it. Maybe there is something a bit more deeper that my character can reply towards, and not just be kind of out there present but passive. Like, even in moments where maybe the game master is there up front and saying something, is some of the roleplay, let the players somewhere in some moments should also kind of in the back of their heads kind of start, you know, moving their gears and thinking of what exactly is next, or what exactly this information means to them. Address characters, not players. Talk to Atar, the mech pilot, instead of Austin, the player. Be descriptive and don't jump straight to talking about game rules. Ask your players if they want to try climbing that cliff instead of telling them to make a skill check. Because yeah, that's also like something else, because it already putting forward what actions, in-game actions they should do removes a bit of that agency. Just telling them like, okay, try to achieve this goal. That's more of the idea. Like, climbing the cliff is the goal. Don't tell them exactly how to do it. Let them still think on the methods of how to do it, because again, you're putting forward exactly the mechanical can take a bit of the agency, and at the same time, you may be surprised. The players might think of something different, might think of something a bit more interesting, maybe, or something that would bring a lot more fun to them than just maybe, I don't know, they're using the mechs to kind of climb how you'd probably expect them to climb, kind of over a cliff, and instead of, I don't know, maybe doing some sort of wacky propulsion system, if they do not have some sort of propulsion, or maybe not all the mechs have them, some ways like at each other, because that's definitely a player mentality, and not just of optimizing a task, of trying to do it as best as possible, not just let's do it slowly but surely. Like, probably if you have like a mech flyer with some sort of like propulsion system, they're gonna try to probably finagle some ways of be like, hey, can I somehow use, I don't know, some tools, some things around me that would help me, I don't know, carry over some players with me or something like that, and let them try to figure out like the logistics of it, and you just intervene with skill checks, rulings, that sort of thing. You still let them like brainstorm and put in the effort. You're just giving them the goal. Keep things in character. When players talk to NPCs or ask questions, try to respond as that NPC and not as yourself. When they talk to each other, ask them to try and address each other as their characters. Staying within the fiction will help keep the game immersive and engaging. Like, yeah, this definitely helps. Keeping themselves within the immersion is a method. I'm not saying that it's something that all people should do, especially beginners, like those who are still getting used to roleplay. Acting it out kind of in a third-person type of way, it's really helpful, because having a bit of that detachment can be important when you're easing yourself into it, because some people, role-playing can feel a bit daunting even in a safe space, in a private scenario. They still feel like they're putting themselves out there in front of people, even if it's just, I don't know, 3 to 4 individuals around the table. It still can be, you know, trying to be kind of like performative can still be a bit of a lot for some people. So easing themselves with kind of ways of doing it in a third-person way, you know, X is trying to attempt this task, not I am doing this and this is how I'm gonna act. and or even then you can do like a mix, like certain dialogue, certain things, certain aspects of your character, you're saying them in character, but maybe you get to a point where you realize that you have to do something that your character would be able to do, your character would be comfortable doing, but maybe you as a player, so you quickly weave like, oh yeah, I'm talking about this subject, and then you weave in, oh then my character then kind of as I'm talking about this subject kind of starts to flow in, or maybe talk in a different type of manner, or kind of perform in a way that, you know, you're saying how they're doing it, but you're not necessarily doing it yourself. So you can also easily kind of weave the two together, where aspects that you feel comfortable about doing them in character, you do them in character, and then kind of just slowly transition and like mention like, oh yeah, as I'm doing this, this is the thing that my character is also doing. But keeping the players engaged is definitely an important task. Like, yeah, they don't necessarily have to be like 24/7, like not necessarily like every second of the fucking game they have to be like full on eyes on engaged, but at the very least having in mind the broader strokes whenever they're not necessarily heavily involved, them as characters, as individual characters. Maybe there is going to be a big character moment for one of the players, where maybe the other ones are not as involved, or maybe they're not even present within the moment of that moment, that scene. So, you know, which maybe even could be helpful, just having that, just not being that engaged, having the minimum and just absorbing as minimal information as possible. Technically, that could be a technique, trying to kind of play dumb. But yeah, now that we kind of talk some general principles when it comes to game mastering and how you should approach both the game master player relationship, setting up a game as Lancer is designed for a group of 3 to 5 people, including the game master players. You can play with more players or fewer, but a larger group generally means each player will get less time in the spotlight. Additionally, combat can take a long time or become tricky to manage with too many players. Yeah, that is something I've experienced firsthand. I've run for a short while, my first D&D campaign that I ran had 7 players in it. Not me included. 7 player characters in one session. Combats took forever. Like, I had hour-long combats at early levels because I had 7 players, and because I was really bad at balancing at the time, because I was really using the balancing as the book was kind of offering to me, which is just numerical balancing. Made it even worse because that meant I also had a lot more enemies on the table, and even meant even more characters to take actions in a turn. Yeah, they quickly piled up and became hour-long combats. Oh boy, that is definitely one of my advice. Don't constantly adapt numerically. Like, at times, find something that it would be equivalent in power level at higher scale, instead of just adding more numbers. It's still gonna have the challenge. It's still gonna keep it an easy flow. I don't know. Instead of having like 10 kobolds, have some, I don't know, 5 those fucking overseers, and that's gonna make it a lot easier. Yeah. Each player needs a character sheet, a pencil, a d20, and a handful of d6. Accuracy is a hexagon, a darkened hexagon with a -+, while difficulty is an empty hexagon with a dark line of a -. And they rarely go higher than a +4, so it's unlikely for a player to have more than 5 or 6 d6s. So yeah, think of it kind of. Is it Yahtzee? Would Yahtzee have 6 d6s, like as a game set? Like that? I don't know. Definitely some of the war games would. Well, war games would probably have more than 6 d6s. Well, if you're a rogue player, you'll definitely have enough. If you are like an OG D&D rogue player, you'd have enough d6s. And I'm saying that because I am one of them. one of my favorite classes in the game. But yeah, a typical session of Lancer can take anywhere between 2 to 4 hours, with sessions with combat taking longer than those without. A classic piece of Game Master advice is that it's useful for everyone to have a drink and snacks on hand. Taking a break after a couple of hours can also do wonders for people's attention spans and alertness. Best way to move in Lancer: have a mech carry a giant slab of metal and get shot repeatedly by a Caliban. Amazing. Like, so basically, you're I see what you're doing. Yeah, because the Caliban has like some sort of like knockback effect, right, with their weaponry. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah. Work smarter, not harder. Although I do love the fucking Caliban, which is just fucking Doom guy incorporated into a mech. Amazing. Or a Zang. Yeah, honestly, anything that has kind of like weird like knockback effects or things that work in the scenario of unprovoked movement or non-player made movement. That's always funky. Definitely. And I'm pretty sure like a metal slab, it's probably pretty sturdy HP wise. So depending on their weapon rolls, they might not even break it at the very least. So at least they would, for a few shots, they would be able to do it. Until the slab, breaks off in some pieces and oh well. Oh yeah, definitely a method of a fast travel. It's literally the logic of having the giant Goliath eat a gnome. But yeah, as mentioned here, definitely if you're running longer sessions, then even in 4-hour sessions it can work. Just having a break after like an hour or two is really good. Helps out for people to kind of decompress for a bit, do a few things here and there, bathroom breaks, having actually a bite to eat in case you don't want to full on eat and get distracted by that as playing, or any other sort of thing. Just quickly kind of like letting out and then kind of putting themselves together before it continues. And from my experience, definitely, because I've run even longer sessions than that. Oh boy, I've run really long sessions in the past. And that's definitely one thing. If there is one thing when it comes to me as a game master, I have the stamina. Like, bro, if I have shit, somewhat vaguely prepped or someone that can go somewhere, I can fucking play it. I can keep at it. Just give me something to drink. Let me have a snack here and there, and I'm gonna keep running the game. I don't care. Unless my eyes like legitimately fall over, I'm just gonna be there and just do the thing. I'm not necessarily I've run like weekly sessions that were like really long. Like, not even sure if I want to say the hours that I've run at. For like months. I've done it this way for like on a weekly basis. To be fair, it was a pandemic, but still, even so, kind of insane. Yeah, we strongly recommend using a hex or grid map to keep track of the characters during combat. If you're playing online, this is relatively simple to set up. There are plenty of apps that have these kinds of maps built in, such as the popular Roll20 app. If you're playing offline, you can use an erasable battle map and miniature tools, or just a sheet of graph paper. The larger, the better. And so yeah, you can just use whatever you have available that can vaguely be used, like, same way it has been told that you can run a You can run a ttrpg session just on a napkin with a pen. That's it. Don't really need more than that. Easy peasy, because you have dice tools that even on phones, like literally you can just go into Google and say roll me a d20 and just have a digital dice roll now. So it can be completely like with no physical things on you. You just can have a piece of napkin and a pencil and you're done. You don't need more than that as an extra tool. So yeah, just whatever you feel like it's comfortable and it's easier for you to set up. Keeping notes can be useful for later reference and planning, so we recommend. Keeping a notepad, scratch paper, or other note-taking tool on hand. Obsidian is really good. It gets insane, especially if you want to like set it up. But Obsidian is really good, like word admin for like keeping or building things in it, that sort of stuff. You can also ask your players to take notes if the story or political is complicated. It can be very helpful to see these things from their perspective. Yeah, this also is a trick to kind of keep them engaged, especially if you're doing the whole thing of having the players do a mini recap at the start of the session, because it kind of encourages them and gives them a bit of that kind of pressure of like, hey, pay a bit of attention of what exactly was happening last session, so that way, you know, if I'm choosing you to do the recap next time, you at least have a bit of knowledge of what the fuck was happening, so you know you're involved, you're mentally active in here. You know, that's a good like trick. It's mostly because, you know, they're suddenly gonna feel the pressure about it. And also you can also go with the logic, as some game masters, depending on the topic and subject, can also go with this kind of concept of if the player no longer remembers a piece of information, if they feel like would not be even relevant for the character to remember, they can kind of roll with that as an in-game effect, like something that also is an in-game, like, oh, you as a player don't remember this, well, your character also doesn't remember, but it's not my fault that you haven't taken notes of it. Of course, depending on the information, depending on the context, maybe if it's something a bit more important to the specific character, you'd probably feel it within common sense for them to remember. And then yeah, you can easily give them that information. Or additionally, which is another method you can do, just have the player do some sort of like, you know, information recall, information like, you know, trying to kind of like a remember kind of check type of thing. Like, can I let them do a roll, see if they can remember the information, then give them to them. That sort of. The player no longer remembers a piece of information the game master has carte blanche to make up whatever the fuck they want. Oh, and that's a way to kind of twist it. Like, oh, I don't remember what the fuck was happening. Fuck it, I'm making my own story at this point. Like, wait, no. Stop. At that point, the game master probably is taking the reins back in. Definitely. But hey, yeah, fucking make shit up. Who cares? And from that point on, that player has been canonically known as being Delulu. Nobody takes it for serious. Were you fighting again? Well, now that you asked. Now, let me remind you. If your players are new to the game, we recommend starting at LL0, which, yeah, might limit the options available, but it makes it much easier for new players to jump in the game and still offer exciting and complex tactical gameplay. Yeah, like, yeah, LL1 is nice because you, at the very least, you have that kind of uniqueness of players jumping off with X, but I think, like, especially for starting players, LL0, just have everyone have the Everest, let them pick, because even with the Everest, they're probably going to customize it in ways that it's different for everybody. They're not going to be unique. And because, you know, you have the glorious option that the Everest has no visual representation, and the Everest can be literally be fucking anything. If the player wants to go with that, they can all Everests can be distinctly unique. Something equally interesting, in my opinion, is that maybe you can have them all equally to follow a certain design guide, but at the same time still have unique elements about it. You know, elements that are unique to the character about it, like especially like depending on how they have their like equipment set up, that still can make it look different. Like they might have a similar design guideline, like think of it like a manufacturer, because you know the Everest is still designed by GMS, so it's still like a manufacturer that probably follows some sort of design lines, but still have the uniqueness that, you know, color wise it can be different. The way the equipment is set up on them is different than how exactly it's kind of incorporated, because even that might differ from player to player. Like again, that's if you want to follow the idea of having something in it. If not, yeah, you can also have the put on just you know, hot pot of just have everything, try anything. And yeah, having no icon, that means that literally you can just take any sort of design. You want something humanoid-esque, Gundam-esque, well, you have so many animes. You have something more military, kind of logistically in line, kind of how some of the other manufacturers, I think, have it, which is not necessarily that humanoid. It's a lot more kind of, you know, Boston Dynamics in design. Then go with that. There are definitely animes in that scenario. If you want weird cosmic horror, technically they're kind of a bit in there as well. Or, you know, if you want them like really horny, just go with Darling in the Franxx, and there you have it. But yeah, definitely allows you to copy any sort of anime, any sort of and literally depending on certain games, if they have like decent like mech customization, you can jump into that. Like go into Armored Core, go into a Mecha Break, pick a mech from there to give them a bit of designs. You already have a bit of a selection. I know there's the Lancer gives you like a mech sprite character creation, like sprite creator, that is really nice, that you can also use your for like your mech visuals as well, which is pretty neat. It doesn't necessarily have to be, but you know, it's a really good kind of like pointer of like just let the players kind of self-express in so many ways. And you know, when it comes to like mech designs, so fucking crazy. And yeah, that's definitely gonna be interesting. I'm not even sure like if because again, I'm heavily suspecting that the game I'm probably gonna run the stream is gonna be Lancer. I'm still heavily suspecting that that's gonna be it. Even though I don't have the funds, I would love to commission. Probably Scaron is definitely gonna be on board the game. And he mentioned that he would like to get back into like mech designing and making mech artwork. I would love to like commission him, make the mechs for the characters. Although I know that kind of shit is gonna take a while, because holy boy. There's one thing making character sheets, making the, you know, mood boards and design reference boards and all that for like humanoid characters. It's a whole nother fucking thing trying to make it for like mechanized things, especially something like a mech that could be anything in looks and designs and whatever the fuck bullshit they have. Like, even to me right now, like, I feel like I'm not saying like equally furry and the mech artists to be like they're like a next level of artists, because there is a level of detail and a level of like figuring out how like shit works, and that really impresses me, honestly. Because yeah, you can have like something simple like maybe like the OG Gundams, like the 70s, which are like just simplistic kind of like blocky-ish designs of mechs, or you can have something like way later down the line which gets really heavily complex and mechanized and kind of really goes in depth with the details, or just make it like look like a mess of machinery, like how Horizon Zero Dawn, for example, has like the animalistic mechs or like machines as well. Or, you know, go full on Michael Bay if you fucking hate your artist, I guess. If that's also your thing. Although I'll fucking throw you to jail. If I would be an artist and you would start to give me references and trying to design something that is like Transformers, Michael Bay-esque, like the first, yeah, not the first, the Michael Bay like 5 Doom. I would fucking put you to jail. That shit's insane. You try to like full on design and figure out and put together for. Technically last night was a bit more okay-ish because they kind of threw away the whole thing of who cares that these robots transform into vehicles, and they should probably show in their humanoid designs that they transform into vehicles, and be like, nah, fuck it, no more representation that this robot is a car at some point, and just make it a very sleek humanoid that somehow also turns into a truck. That's it. Fixed. Yeah, mech artists are different breed. Yeah, definitely different breed. I see like mecha vtuber like model artists like that make like live 2D models and also rig them. I know I'm already like following one, and like to me that's a next level of fucking sorcery to me. Like, not only that you're making an insane design, you're also like breaking it apart and layering it for like live 2D rigging, and you're also rigging it yourself. Do you do anything else but just sit on a computer and do that? Like, do you breathe? Do you eat? Do you sleep? Like, how do you do that? Are you like actually human at that point? I'll have at some point like a kind of design. I'll definitely want like that's something that I need to figure out, and I would like to have it at some point when I have the funds on the pipeline. A VTuber like kind of cyberpunky-esque alternative look to my current design. I already have another one in the works that's gonna be really fun, and I also come up with another one a few days ago. Literally, I'm telling you right now, if I had like fucking thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars that I would earn, or even tens of thousands of dollars I would earn on a monthly basis, I would be that fucking stereotypical VTuber that would have like so many fucking models. But I have too many ideas. I would just use for different shit. Because even with the model that is currently in the works, I already have a plan like be more often used. Like, I'm going with themes because I want those themes to also be put on different types of streams. So that way, you know, depending on the stream, I might look different. That's kind of the idea. So that way, I use some mileage. I'm not just gonna have a model. I'm just gonna fucking shelve it and let it collect dust in my folders. But that's that's definitely something I'm looking for. And we want to see. Who knows? Maybe another model is gonna be in the works. I'm not sure. That's hopeful. And I'm really kind of like not necessarily pissed off. It's just one of those things where like I'm just gonna hyper focus on it now because it came into my mind with the second not even the second. This would like the fourth model idea. I have this one. I have one that's already in the works. I have another one. Yeah, this would be my fourth one. I'm not sure. Technically there will be like a fifth one, but that one is not sure if I would want one or not yet. So yeah, I'm putting this one as the fourth one already in my mind. And this one has like lore implications a lot. It gave me like a lot more like lore structure. Like, anyways, YouTube generic standard gapping. But yeah, first session. How exactly go on with the first session? You can read about the overall structure and purpose of the first session on page 40. We covered that in previous streams. That's something you can check. There are VODs on my Lancer stuff, so you can do that there. I'm not sure if yeah, those I have probably those VODs already expired because I don't know, I no longer have Prime. For now, at some point probably. But yeah, there's also a couple of steps you can take in the first session as a game master that will have a dramatic impact on the future sessions. Set expectations for the game. one of the most important steps. Let your players know the kind of game you're planning. Is it going to be combat focus with very little story, or will it be a tale of political intrigue with very little mech combat, somewhere in between? Are you using any house rules or homebrew concepts in your game? But yeah, make things very clearly, especially when it comes to like homebrews and all that kind of thing. Because I personally always go by the rule where if you're bringing something new to the table or into the game, it has to be unanimously agreed by the group, game master and players. Like if one disagrees, no matter if it's a game master or one of the players, even if it's just one, that rule is not put in place, because that can breed feelings of fairness, feelings of somebody is having an unfair advantage, even if maybe by some logic or by the actual numbers or the actual or the way it kind of turns out, it's not gonna be that way. But if the player starts believing and starts considering that that's how it's going to be, that's just gonna breed just resentment, and they're just gonna feel like gonna be some sort of like favoritism or other aspects of that sort. So yeah, I'm always go by the rule, like if it's not unanimous, I'm not doing it. Like it's not put in. It doesn't matter if I come up with the idea or a player comes up with the idea. If it's not unanimous, I'm not doing it. Clearly set expectations help players figure out if they are interested in the kind of game you're going to run, or whether they will need to modify their own expectations and best appreciate it. Because yeah, it can also be like a back and forth. Like if they're still willing to kind of go for it, but just change some things, maybe their character that they currently had in mind, not necessarily as a good fit, so they could probably either make some shifts in the character or try to figure out a different one and keep that one like shelved for something different. The reason you do this in the first session is just so you don't find out 3 sessions in that there has been a frustrating misunderstanding. Something might come up later, but this is a great starting point to get everyone on the same page. First session is also kind of in ways kind of mentioned as session 0 in here, but probably they just go with session 1, because to be fair, like a good session 0 is also one that kind of leads you in a bit into the game, at the very least, like getting a feel of it. Like it doesn't feel like you're just talked about the game and that's it. Like also trying to play a bit, it's fun, but at the very least it feels like you're actually also like being engaged in the game, not just talked about it. But yeah, make sure that everyone gets equal opportunity to introduce themselves. This may sound obvious, but quieter, newer, and less confident players can easily be overlooked. Get everyone to introduce both their characters and themselves as players. Don't pressure anyone if they're uncomfortable, but make it clear that the space is there for them. They want it. And finally, setting up a second session. If you're just going to run a single session or a casual game, don't worry about this step. But if you're aiming for an ongoing campaign, there is no better time to compare everyone's schedules than when you are already in the place. So yeah, if you have a group that can be a bit on the up and up when it comes to how every upcoming session might be, because lifestyles, work schedules, anything of the sort that might be a bit more volatile, when you are there in the moment is the best way, because you know for a fact that you can grab everyone to ask like, yo, tell me about your schedule in the following weeks, how does that look? Then, you know, letting the session end, let people go to their homes and then try to message them and be like, hey, can you tell me about your scheduling in the 4 months and next month or something like that, and just not get a response. And of course it doesn't have to apply also in person. It can also apply like if you're like on a Discord call with people, before the Discord call ends, like stop everyone, like, hey, yo, tell me about your schedules, let's figure out the next session, and then we can go off. It's also important to like set it out, because maybe some people are able to set it up, but only, you know, but some things might come up in the future, and you know, they might do one of those things where, like, you know, I'm scheduling things as they come, and if you're out there, you know, first hand in to a person like, hey, this is the day I want to schedule this, that person will be like, cool, that day is locked in, whatever else scheduled. Because there are people out there like that are, you know, prioritizing based on, you know, also when things come up, and if they committed to something, they are willing to keep themselves committed. I'm not saying that everybody is like that, but you know, you might have some of those people out there, so it's good to, you know, catch them as quickly as possible with scheduling. I'm saying that because I have also suffered with scheduling. And it's the biggest killer of all games. Not everyone being there. And of course, the other advice is like, don't try to always figure out a schedule where everybody is present. As long as you have enough people to run a game, fucking do it. If it's somebody's missing, oh well. Like personally for me, my kind of like the golden standard, like the minimum and the one that to me like it's the perfect amount, and the minimum that I'm willing to run is me and 3 other players. Like to me that's golden. It works for multiple reasons. Personally, it plays in a bit into the kind of the narrative construction of the terrific trio kind of thing when it comes to like narrative storytelling, because basically you have people that fulfill in a story different roles. You have the leader, the heart, the lancer, that kind of thing. Equally, at the same time, it also plays in a bit into the gaming side of it, the holy trinity of having something like support, tank, damage dealer, like that as well. So that to me feels like it's the key, because you have enough players to have a bit of variety in combat, equally variety in storytelling, and a bit of interaction, because it's not just a back and forth between the 2 players and occasionally me with the NPCs or the game master with the NPCs. You also have like another one that can interject, or another one that they can trade off moments between them as well, and trade off moments with the game master as well. So I feel like it intermixes a lot better, in my opinion. Like to me, that's a golden. Like if I have 3 players, I'm running it. I don't care. That's my minimum. I know for a fact that I'm gonna have a fun time, because there's gonna be a few people out here. I think I'm gonna run it, and that's completely fine. Less than that, no, I'm stopping it. I'm not putting. And more than that, I'm probably gonna start putting a limit at that as well. Not sure if it's gonna be 5 or 6 players, something like that. Where I'm not gonna run more than that, because it gets crazy. I might be willing occasionally, depending on if it's like a one case kind of thing, maybe. Or like maybe somebody wants to like jump in to give it a try, but not necessarily commit. Like yeah, I can make the exception, but if it's like long term, no. Like I'm keeping it. I'm putting definitely a max. I've had experience. As I said, I've run for a few sessions in a row. 7 players, 7 player characters, and myself, and that's a lot. It piles up quickly. Like 6 to me, it's kind of borderline the limit. Personally, I think. If I am to think about it, like I could go to 6, maybe 5, somewhere around there. 5 or 6 could probably be my limit. I'm not gonna necessarily go further than that. But yeah. So, building a narrative, as that's kind of one of the important aspects of any TTRPGs. We have players, dice, a table reserved or cleaned, pens, pencils, papers, and your snacks ready to go. What's missing? Well, the most important part of Lancer, the narrative. By narrative, we don't just mean an on-rail story that you write in advance and force your player to participate. No. In the context of Lancer, narrative means both the story you create, either for exhaustive preparations or spontaneous improvisation. As I said, nothing's gonna go as planned. It. And the consequences of your players' participation and actions. Definitely 100% out of the consequences of your players' actions. That's a given. Your players' actions don't bring consequences. I'm sorry. That's not even fun. I could have them suffer a bit for what they've done. Yeah, as a game master, you're going to have to do some work to set up the worlds within which your Lancer campaign will take place. Below are some ideas on how to begin building the narrative of your campaign, but they are only suggestions, not prescriptions. The best narrative come from you and from the stories you write with your players. Emphasis on with. The easiest way is to ask for yourself, why does this matter? Whatever narrative decision you make, always ask yourself why. Why? Why? And prepare to answer. This is how you craft your story and engage players. Yeah, that's usually things. So general things that you should ask yourself are: why should the players embark on this narrative? Why should my players deal with that character instead of ignoring them? Why should my players care about the stakes I set up in the first session, every session after it? And one of the biggest answers, or one of the biggest helps to this question, is put something that interests them into it. Like, if there isn't something that the players would be interested, or the characters that the players have created that would be interested about what you're bringing forth, then put it in there, and then maybe they'll change it. Like, maybe the character that they are ignoring might have some key information or something important to one of the player characters, so, or the characters of so they would do that. Maybe this narrative has some importance to, I don't know, an overall value of the group that they've set up, or maybe if you're doing multiple arcs, the current narrative is very important to one of the players of the group. They want to embark on this journey, and everybody else is on board because it's their comrade. And the stakes, again, the same thing. There might be something that they care about and they want to deal with it. Those sort of things. So yeah, definitely put something of the players within the narrative, and then they'll definitely be hooked. Yeah. Now before I continue, I'm gonna take a quick break as an ad is about to pop up, and I'll return. Ad is over. See you in a few minutes. Okay, there we go. We can continue. So, because we were talking about building a narrative, we jumped into a question that whenever you're creating a narrative, you should always ask yourself why. And aside from putting yourself with question why, in more specific terms, why should your players embark on these narratives? Why would the players deal with certain characters that they are instead ignoring? And why should your players care about the stakes? And this applies in every session after. Why might your players want to embark on this narrative in particular? Well, it's because they fit the shared home under threat. Why might your players care about that character? Because that character is their commanding officer, or a hero of theirs, or a long-lost friend. Again, tie it into something that matters to them. Why might your players be invested in the stakes you set up? Because their characters, families, friends, or ideals are threatened, or they are intrigued by the mystery of it, or simply because they've been implanted with subcutaneous hypercaloric immolator webbing guaranteed to trigger spontaneous combustion if they fail. Ah yes, the old Suicide Squad method. Never fails. Definitely. When answering these questions, keep in mind that players don't necessarily have the same interest as their characters. Although they will usually choose to play characters that align with those interests, try to strike a balance between responding to a character's desire and players' moods. Don't be afraid of editing on the go. If half your players start losing interest during the heavy sessions, adjust accordingly, and vice versa. It's also possible that your players will have competing interests. Try to balance out your sessions if necessary. So yeah, definitely have moments where certain players are in the spotlight, but not continuously in the spotlight, like, you know, bounce it around, sort of thing. Equally, like, yeah, if you feel like some info is lost, trim it down, maybe try to put a bit more action, a bit more thing into it. Fast, maybe you can improv something on the go about that kind of scenario as well. And yeah, clearly, like, player interest and player and character interest at times might align, at times might be different. And in some cases, like, you could, like, yeah, some players can detach their themselves from the character and, you know, kind of interweave between. But it's good to kind of, you know, play at both. Especially, like, for example, have a character that they know that I would like to obtain that as a character, as a player. But it's not necessarily a requirement. It's not necessarily something that it necessarily drives the character of the player, the player's character. Sorry, but still, why not appease to the player's desire and be like, oh, your character has found this. Like, yeah, the character themselves may not necessarily care about it, or might necessarily have some meaningful use out of it, but the player would definitely have enjoyment because they have access to it. Now, so, you know, it's always a balancing game. It's always trying to, but the most important thing is make sure that both you and the players that you're playing with, again, equally, both you and, that's why I'm saying and, not or, have fun. So that's the thing. Like, if you feel like that fun is kind of lost, change it up, make some things on the go if needed, see where that leads. And an important way to do that is offering hooks, creation mission hooks, because this game is structured by missions. We found that meticulous planning of every beat of your ideal multi-session campaign arc isn't always the best way to create a narrative that your players will enjoy. The style of GMing is called railroading, forcing your players along a set story arc where their choices and actions ultimately don't determine the climax. Players tend to disengage from narratives when they feel like they lack agency. That's why we try to encourage Lancer game masters to be flexible in giving players the opportunity and tools to shine. Starting with the idea of where to go, what to do, and be involved in is good practice. Starting by writing a novel and expecting the players to act it out isn't. Yeah, again, you're not writing a novel here, or trying to play an interactive, collaborative story experience or narrative experience. Emphasis on interactive and collaborative. Because if a story is interactive, that means that how it's gonna play out across the sessions and across the hours, it's not gonna be how you think. It's almost impossible to try to think out every solution or every thing that a player might try to think. Believe me, if it wouldn't have been memed about, let's say for example in D&D, I would have not known about the peasant cannon. My fucking brain would have never gone to the peasant cannon. So again, I would have never fucking planned out for that kind of shit. That's, you know, again, things like that, you never know. So instead of just trying to figure everything out, which will take a lot of time, it will exhaust you to the hell and back, just to do only that and nothing else. Just try to, you know, go with the flow, improvise, see what the players are interested in, and play into it. Because you'll be surprised how certain story hooks and certain plot hooks and certain ideas that you have, you could just get them around. Like, oh, they didn't go into this place, and this idea that I had might still go here, where in this location that they're going, maybe this specific part of this location that they are trying to go instead might have the thing that I wanted to show, and there is a higher possibility that for them to encounter it. And I'm not saying necessarily full on just remove their choice, but you can adapt certain ideas that might have been missed out by the players or not, or avoided in other ways. That's a pretty obvious trick. Oh, did they miss the plot hook? Fine, let me find a way to integrate it in the thing that they're actually doing. Then there you go. They're still going the path, but the players are also at the same time doing what they want to do. Whenever possible, we recommend writing your own hooks, but to get you started, we included 20 examples for you to use verbatim or to be inspired by. These hooks each offer a catalyzing moment or beginning a story focused on one location, event, or character. You carry them out to your players as a way to hook them into the story. Fill in the details as you desire. If you're feeling adventurous, you can roll on 1d20, roll whichever the hook, roll with whichever hook the die gives you. The hook: log line down, distant glimmer, a quiet life, dead orbit, goddamn cavalry, familiar faces, bowels of the earth, childhood's end, clarion call, Izigi. I'm guessing some of these are also within the answer lore, so I'm not fully known. Modern lasers, balancing act, emissary, apocalyptical, too old for this shit, catacomb, guardian, masks, holy war, and dungeon. Yeah, there is a few options, and from the looks of it, it gives you some. It gives you like a quick pointer for of them. I'm not gonna go through them. This is something that look at. Again, these are pointers, not something covered necessarily. I'm not gonna go through all of the selections and all the. I'm going over the broader strokes. Like, yeah, as I said, the compendium things I've left aside because that's for you as players to look into it, because you might not want to know every mech, because the first game you're gonna run, you're not gonna have all the licenses and everything like that. You're just gonna have a selection of you, so you just that's a you thing to go through the compendium, check out the licenses, and make some decisions as you progress through the games. That sort of things. Maybe some point at time in the future or later, if I feel like I still want to cover or things not related, we might look into this. But there are videos out there. There are people out there who are doing like summaries of each of the mechs, probably a lot better than I do. So we'll see. But right now, my focus with these streams is just to cover the broader stroke of the overall game before anything. Now that we've run to the general principles and how to set up a first session, or a session in general, let's now talk about actually running it. In this section, you'll find advice and clarification to help you actually game master the game. While it's not actually your responsibility to know all the rules, that's what the book is for. There are some key concepts that are important for you to know. First, the golden rules. Here they are again for your convenience. Specific rules override the general statement and rules. For example, when you shoot an enemy, your roll is normally influenced by whether they're in cover. However, weapons with seeking tag ignore cover, because seeking tag is a specific rule. It supersedes the general rule it governs. Also, always round up to the nearest whole number. But it's a bigger. Always go for the bigger number. Skill checks. In Lancer nearly always require a result of 10 or higher for success, whether they're a pilot or a mech. But during narrative play, not combat, the game master can tweak them to offer more or less of a challenge. Basic info on skill checks is detailed in the book on the page 45. The advice here is to help you, the game master, run them more smoothly. Necessity and purpose. When deciding if a player should make a skill check, the first and most important question to ask yourself is whether it's actually necessary. Players should only make skills checks when the outcome of an action is uncertain, important, has clear or relevant stakes, or would lead to an injury situation, success, or failure. If the outcome doesn't matter, the player is automatically successful. So yeah, don't put your players to roll needlessly. Like, if it has an importance to some degree, either to the players or to the narrative or something else, then yes. If it's meaningless, don't just keep it. Although one of the meanings, even though technically it may not necessarily be meaningful, but still could be good to have for the funny. Like, if you feel like, hey, if all of you want just to do it for the humor, why not just do it? Even if it might not have a full impact. Maybe a social impact, depending on how humorously it fails or succeeds, more or less. Cue the. I'm reminded of that short session. I think. Well, it's a short. It's also made into a short, but the kind of special moment within for critical role during campaign 2, like board roll, like was in a carnival game. Throw like a beanbag or something like that, and literally rolled 3 ones in a row. 3 spectacularly failed attempts at throwing a bag, which was mathematically insane and amazing at the same time, and definitely probably gave a faux pas socially short term for the character. But anyway, say that your players come across a heavy boulder blocking the road. One of the players decides to jump in their mech and push it aside. If moving the boulder or getting around it isn't all that important, dangerous, or risky, it's not just a very big boulder, or if it's just not a very big boulder, there's no reason for them to roll. You can just do it. At the same time, there's plenty of reason why a skill check might actually be required in such a situation. Boulder could fall, potentially damaging a mech. It could roll aside and cause collateral damage, or maybe the mech in question is in the middle of an ambush. So yeah, even like task pressure, like they're doing it under pressure of other things, could also determine why something requires a roll, even if beyond that it might not have any other heavier impact. But yeah, this is especially important when it comes to things players do that might affect the plot. Just because a player has asked about some information that's important to the narrative doesn't, and in and of itself, mean that you should have to make a skill check to know it. You can simply give it to them. Again, take context, take common sense, take many aspects of the player and the character that is asking about this information. They might know it, might have some connection to it, it might be common knowledge, it might be some other things that why they would probably know about it. Doesn't necessarily have to always be a knowledge check to some degree. Also, failing forward is the idea that a narrative shouldn't require specific outcomes on dice rolls. Interesting. Instead, skill check should always push the story forward. No matter their outcome, if a player fails to hack a door, the outcome should be more than just a closed door. There are plenty of other possibilities. The door remains shut and the guards have been alerted to a system breach. The player spies a vent that they can enter, a way of getting what they want that is more reliable and more dangerous. They need to come back with a piece of specialized equipment that will allow them to open the door. They can open a door nearby, but it's guarded. The door does open, but onto an entire corridor full of guards. So yeah, give them a no but in this situation. That's kind of it. So it's not just shut off and nothing else happens. It's like, yeah, no, it's a bad thing, but maybe you can do something else instead that can still push you forward. Using risky rolls is a great way to apply this principle. However, sometimes you just want to almost succeed or fail a skill check. And don't make all rolls risky. Yeah, it's again balancing act. Not a specific rule about it, but definitely don't make everything feel like it's gonna be, you know, risk reward type scenario, or everything does not have any sort of consequence. You can just go with the failures every time. Challenge and scope is if a single roll doesn't seem sufficient for a task, a skill challenge or extended challenge might be appropriate, or a challenge or extended challenge might be appropriate. Even in these cases, though, players should never make more than one roll per goal. Each additional roll should be for a different part of the challenge. So, you know, you shouldn't ask everybody to do some sort of, like, I don't know, knowledge roll or crafting roll. Let just one interfere in that and let the others have some other participation in it to some extent. Or have this, you know, have it kind of like a step-by-step guide, like if it's just one player involved. Like the first, I don't know, it could be something more physical, the next one could be a bit more mental, the final one could be a bit more social, or I don't know. I put it very broadly right now just because, I don't know, my brain right now doesn't come up with something that I would put into 3 steps. Think of it like kind of like a crafting recipe. A single roll doesn't necessarily equate to a few moments. You can stretch out their scope as much as you like. For example, climbing a mountain might only require a single skill check, assuming the details aren't too important. The outcome is what matters. This is a useful tool for creating a montage or speeding through a scene. The outcome is what's important in the long run, not necessarily continuous. The continuous request of rolls. Unless there are like some moments where things can shift in the scenario, or I don't know, you want something that kind of feels a bit real time, where I don't know, as the players advance, you also roll for some changes in the environment or in the scene, and then based on that, the players might have to readapt accordingly. Then yes, but if it's just gonna be a straightforward thing, in many scenarios, you could just leave a singular thing. And yeah, communicate stakes. It's important to clearly communicate what's at stake when asking players to make a skill check, especially if it's a risky or heroic one. You can do this naturalistically. You might say something like this: "Hey, Otar, I see you're going to use your mech to lift this boulder. Before you do, just so you know that the boulder is really heavy, and dropping it could probably do a lot of damage. Whatever's underneath is going to be risky. But once you've communicated the stakes and consequences, give the players a chance to back out of the role. It's totally fine for the players to change their minds once they understand how difficult or dangerous the challenge is. Because, you're putting this context also in the idea that the character themselves will understand this context and would make the decision before actually engaging in the task. This ensures that the roles always feel fair. Plus, you can easily renegotiate with your players if they want to find an easier or safer approach. When you communicate the consequences, you're committing to them. If a Tar drops a boulder, you can be damn sure his mech will take some damage. Consistency is important, and if you already clearly communicated that he might take damage, then let the narrative follow its course. So yeah, communication is really important. Like, you don't necessarily have to spill the beans over all the things that are going to happen, but give them a clear involvement, at the least if they would definitely know that it would directly impact them in the moment. Let them have maybe they're not gonna know the full scope of the downfall. Like, once drop, yeah, the mech is damaged, but aside from the mech being damaged, some people might take notice of the boulder being dropped, or the boulder is gonna drop more than just on the mech. It's gonna continue onwards to something else, but it's definitely gonna be worded within the idea that, yeah, it's gonna be damage, and letting it go, it's not gonna be a good outcome. Then, session pacing. This section covers some basic items to keep in mind. Keep mech combat feeling fair and properly paced. So, you have resting and repairs after a combat. Whenever a character has an hour or so of relative peace, they can rest. Resting gives them an opportunity to repair their mechs, clear the heat, and recover from condition. Additionally, some talents and systems deactivate when pilots rest. Full repairs, on the other hand, require at least 10 hours. Imagine them like a total reset. Pilots can rebuild mechs from scratch, refresh their repair cap, and clear all heat and conditions. Return to full HP, regain charges for all limited system weapons, and regain core points. Because full repairs take so long, you have more control over their availability, and can use them to set pace of the game. Remember though, that you aren't here to punish the players. If they desperately need a full repair, give them a chance to do it, or offer them a power at a cost, which is mentioned in the past. But definitely, I'm not saying that. At times, yeah, you can make it clear from the very beginning that, hey, this mission or this scenario is probably going to have a few moments where, if you're not careful on how your status is with your equipment and mech, you might be a bit put out of the line for some extent. You might be careful. I'm not saying to the point where they're going to be fully out of it, like have some way to contribute to the mission, even if we're talking about a scenario where all mechs are out of the question. While at the same time, don't always have to do it, like improvise something, like offer them some way to access it, like again, offer power at a cost. Maybe they find some mini outpost that can allow them to fully repair and all that, but maybe it's owned by somebody that will require a favor, or it may be seemingly abandoned, but after the fact they realize something of theirs has been compromised because they try to engage with it. Anything of the sort, like give a few consequences or a few like risk rewards elements if that needs to be covered. Then core powers. Mechs have a special ability reserved limited reserve of core power, which can be used to activate powerful core systems. Each unique to each frame. Characters have core power, or they don't. Can be saved. It can't be saved up, but it does replenish when they perform a full repair. The game is balanced around assuming that characters will be able to use their core systems only once between pairs. So the idea is that you shouldn't be able to find ways to somehow obtain the core systems outside of that. If players use their core powers in one mode, You can restore it as a reward or as a bonus, but it's always up to you when if this happens. But remember that it allows them to use exceptionally powerful systems additional time, so you always have to balance it out. Like, there might be ways for them to obtain it as of certain means, but not always, and definitely do not make it the norm. Maybe it's something very exceptional, maybe equally the same reason as the full repair. Maybe they're gonna be in a scenario where you know they're gonna need it, so you can be a bit forgiving with them and be like, hey, here you go, have your core power, you're gonna have access to it, but there might be a cost for you accessing your core power. Or just giving to them that make it very clear that this is not gonna be a norm. Mech combat, number of fights. Assuming reasonably challenging opponents, players should be able to complete 1 to 2 combats between rests, or 3 to 4 combats between pair. This isn't a hard, inflexible number, or is prepared with the expectation that things could go very well or very poorly for both players and your plans. And you might never need to change plans on the fly. With fewer encounters, players have access to a lot of the resources, so if you're planning only 1 or 2 combats, they should be made proportionally harder. Typically, you'll have the time to only get through 1 or 2 combat encounters per session, usually just 1. One thing you should never do is withhold opportunities for resting or performing full repairs as a way to punish players. These essential game mechanics, these are essential game mechanics. If you're going to withhold them, clearly communicate that in the briefing. So yeah, I think that these are core things. Again, if you want it's something that you can use to add a bit of spice if you like. You want to add a bit of occasional resource management and kind of grittiness to it, but make it very clear because that is something key to the mission that they are on. Maybe they're on some faraway planet that is abandoned or with no settlements or anything of the sort, that the players just drop in and until their mission is fulfilled, they don't really have the means to get back and get access to the facilities necessary to perform a full repair. So clearly communicate that players need to be a bit careful and need to make sure that they don't waste or they don't like throw away their mech in the first few combats in the hopes that, oh yeah, I'm just gonna repair it, no worry, I'm just gonna get a new one. I think of those words completely fine. But yeah, then mech combat length. Mech combat starts when anyone initiates hostile actions. It follows the structure of turns and rounds outlined earlier and ends when at least one side surrenders, flees, or is completely overpowered. Again, it doesn't have to be total destruction. In most scenarios, mech pilots are humans that realize that they don't want to throw their lives away, they give up. If there are opponents remaining, but it's clear that the players have overwhelmingly won, you might simply want to declare the combat over and decide what happens with the remaining enemies narratively. Yeah. In that moment, you just give to narrative, let it play out and see where it goes. Some abilities persist to the end of the scene. All this means is that their effects continue until the scene in which they were activated is finished. If these systems are activated outside of combat, they typically remain active for about 10 to 30 minutes. Mech systems are extremely power intensive, so you also have a bit of a frame of reference of time if somehow you are not within a turn-based scenario. Then character progression, which we have gone before, which characters go through license levels. At the end of each mission, they increase their license levels, and you can tweak the rate of progression if you wish, especially for long or difficult missions. Leveling up is the primary way that characters progress in Lancer. They advance to the next LLL. This represents currency, reputation, and connections they have amassed, or which help them purchase license ranks with various manufacturers. If players want to buy or get their brand or their hands on anything else, they should generally be able to buy it outright or make some skill checks to obtain it. Graft, negotiations, connections, or bartering. There is no in-game currency you need to award, count, or worry about. So it's more taken into account that they would have the means to do it. It's not something necessarily that you need to do so. And it's more on the idea, it's either, depending on their rank, it's either easily acquirable, kind of within their means, or just hard to acquire or impossible to acquire because of their current advancement. So you can just kind of put it on a chart and just have kind of the yes, no, yes and no but kind of scenarios. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to, you don't necessarily have to go with the monetary exchange. There are some other rewards you can give your characters as incentive. Resources obtained during missions, payment for completing tasks, or satisfying other requirements within the story. It's up to you how heavily you use the game. Like, yeah, if you want, you can add resources, you can add a bit of currency management, or like currency or other aspects of management if you want to, but these are not aspects built into the game. They're very kind of like yes and no, or some things in between kind of built in. There are 4 things you might want to grant characters as rewards: reserves, or new or improved triggers, talents, and restricted systems. Reserves. You might give your character gear, vehicles, or other useful materials that they can use in reserves. For example, you might give them the following. Equipment. It could be a useful vehicle, an enormous drill, or a cutting-edge hard suit. You give them information, which is something more narrative. Blackmail material concerning an influential politician or a rebel general. You can also give them friends or allies, a member of the local resistance, a hard-bitten mercenary from the bar, or the socialite who controls the cash flow on the space station. Yeah, those are important as well. Then you can also get triggers. You can let players improve one of their triggers at a time to a maximum of +6, or give them entirely new triggers. This is a great way to reward training and other narrative actions. For example, you might give a +2 to piloting starships to a character who has been learning to fly, representing their diligence and study. Increasing the character triggers increases their competency and power, so use this reward carefully. So yeah, triggers are also kind of a limited amount that you can obtain and also advance within the game. So use it sparingly and use it on things that you feel like the players has really earned, but don't overuse it, because then the players are gonna have way too many things and be kind of like the jack of all trades. Because you know, the triggers can kind of cover a topic of some degree, so that means that now every time that topic comes up in some way, then you have this player having access to it. And talents, you can give like you can with triggers, you can grant characters additional talent ranks that they can use to improve existing talents or take a new one. Sudden development of incredible new abilities can easily be explained by use of any countless implants available from both military and civilian sources. Granting a new talent can have a dramatic effect on the game, so this is both used sparingly. Again, talents are a big part of the character advancement. Technically, you can only have maxed out only 4 total talents, 4 total set of talents. So again, take a bit in advance, take a bit in mind, like if you open up with a few additional talents, what exactly that entails, because that's gonna allow them liberty to a lot more synergies than before. So again, that's gonna be very min-maxy in a way, but again, for certain like special case scenarios, would be useful, especially for the narrative. There could be some, like the NHP one could somehow be obtained if one of the characters gets in contact with an NHP and somehow kind of slowly develops a better relationship with them. So you could grant them the NHP like specialist talent, like the first level, and from that point on, it's up to the player if they decide to advance it or not. But at the very least, they have the initial benefit of it, and so on. It could be something more generally combat, something a bit more social, although most of the talents are applied to combat. And finally, restricted systems. If you want to grant an easy material reward to a character, the easiest option is to give them short-term use of weapons or systems from a license they can't currently access. The new equipment can only be used for one mission before they lose access to it. Think of it like a rental. So, yeah, have a trial version of something that you might want to figure out. Could be a full-on license. It could be like a mech license. It could be like one of the weaponries that you can apply to your mech, like a LL1 of some sort, or the first license level. But again, this one definitely sparingly, because you know the systems are a big part of license advancement. So this should definitely not be a permanent gift. But there could be something like, here you have a rental, you can cash it in whenever you want, but once you cashed it in, it's only available for that mission, and that's it. And you can no longer see it again. So it can also be like that, or it can also be like hard set, like the next following mission, because it's related to the character that decided to give you the rental, to give you the restricted system. Be like, here, you have access to this because you've completed this into your next mission that I require you to do for me. And there you go. So, you know, that's also things. And now, let me see. Okay, it gives you a few examples on how to run certain types of scenarios, which that's really cool. For building, I'm just quickly scrolling through just to like get an idea for how long I should run. Because yeah, there has been a bit of ranting happening here and there on my side of things. So certain things I might not go fully through them, just because, again, just to keep like these ones I'm definitely not gonna go through all of it, because this is, again, these are like more in-depth things that for you to look at and customize and look into it, and not necessarily to constantly like overview myself. So yeah, let's go into the Game Master Toolkit now. So now there are ways for you to create sessions and create missions and create scenarios and environments for your players to go through. You will learn how to customize your character by adding NPCs and changing and adding or adjusting some of the game's core rules and conceits. For assumptions, Lancer rules make some big assumptions about the fictional world in which your game takes place. Depending on the story you're telling, those things might not be relevant to your campaign. If you want to tweak these assumptions, it's entirely up to you. So it's your game, it's your world. You can change things up within the world if you feel like they would be a better fit for you. Secondly, access to printers. In typical Lancer campaign, pilots can always have access to printers that they can use to build in new mechs. But this might not be the case in your campaign. Maybe the player characters are outlaws or renegades with limited access to resources. Maybe the printer they would use is broken or damaged. Maybe their operation fringes, operating on the fringes of civilization, where any kind of technology is hard to come by. Or maybe the setting doesn't have printers and mechs to be built and maintained the old way. The ability to print a mech allows players to get back in the game, so to speak. When their mechs are destroyed, as a result, taking away printers can have a pretty significant impact in your campaign. However, remember that as long as a mech is partially intact and accessible, pilots can repair and rebuild their mech completely whenever they perform a full repair, regardless of whether they have the printer or not. If pilots don't have a printer and their mech is destroyed or inaccessible, there is another option. They can use a power at the cost, find people, materials, workshop, and other necessary resources for constructing a mech manually. Building a mech could also be a downtime activity. So yeah, you can remove printers, you can remove this kind of like ease of creation for mechs, of obtaining mechs, but have something else in return, like maybe you can make it a bit more of a gritty sort of hey, you need to really take care of your equipment and mechs, or otherwise you might lose them, but give them alternative solution. Powers at a cost is a very good one, because maybe maybe you're in a position where you don't have access to any resources to rebuild your mech, it's fully wrecked. Maybe you're gonna find a person of influence that can offer you the resources. It's gonna offer you directly, but you're now indebted. So you're gonna have to repay their debts, and because you are a lancer, as the setting says, lancers are unique pilots. Are basically the cream, the top of the top when it comes to piloting mechs. So for any opportunist would see like, oh, being indebted, having a lancer being indebted to you is a perk. So of course they will take advantage of that and be like, here, sure, have access to all these resources, rebuild your mech, but you'll have to serve me for something. You'll have to fulfill a purpose for me. So you can offer them ways so they don't necessarily feel fully left out. You can have moments where you get a bit of grittiness if you get, but still have ways to make the player feel involved. Maybe even if the mech is fully destroyed, give them like at the very least a bare minimum. Even if they don't have the full resources, give them like a bare minimum that they can keep their mech in use, or somehow with the mech in use assist their other players, so it doesn't they don't necessarily be full out of action. Again, if they want to run a bit of more of that kind of harsher, grittier type of game, where these aspects of management really matter. But don't full outright remove any possibility and be like, oh, you lost your mech, tough luck. Go ahead and find another one if you are lucky. And of course, you can weave it through, like saying that as part of the mission rewards, there's also the resources for them to do a full repair. So that way, kind of weave into it that as long as their mech is intact, they can fully have access to the resources, or if they fully complete the mission, they'll have access to their mech again. That's one of the things that one of the things that you can do as well. That you have some sort of assumption that the resources necessary are somewhere within reach, or somehow, at the very least, to a certain degree, obtainable, or they can find ways to get what they need to keep themselves from having their mech fully destroyed. Yeah, character death. By default, pilots are tough. Not only do they go down and out when they reach 0 HP instead of dying, but players also have the options of bringing back clones of dead characters. There are some optional rules you can use if you have a slightly higher level of lethality. If a pilot takes more damage than their maximum HP from a single attack after Arbor, they're dead no matter what, and if a pilot is dead, that's it, no cloning or revivification. If a mech takes 2 structure damage or more from a single attack, it's destroyed no matter what. That one's a bit harsh. I would probably not do that necessarily. If you want the game to feel truly deadly, ignore the down and out rule entirely. If reduced at 0 HP, the pilot is dead. Personally, I probably would rule with this one. This one is an interesting one because it still offers the cloning option if down and out is still out there. But at the same time, there is also the lethality of if you really fuck up, you're still dead. The other rounds can be a bit rough. And yeah, make sure what kind of game you are playing with your players before adding these sorts of rules. So yeah, any sort of optional or kind of variant rules, always put them aside. Just, even if they're part of the game and suggested by the game master, make them clear that, hey, we are utilizing these variant rules. I wanted to put forward these variant rules. How you feel about it? For a scenario. Similarly with this, with access to printer and maybe certain core assumptions, and even core assumptions as well, because some players might have in mind some aspect of the Lancer lore that they want to bring in. They don't, and now you come to the decision that, hey, this is not important for your side of your storytelling, and you want to remove it, and the player like, no, could we keep it? And then you adjust accordingly. Those scenarios. But yeah, these are like good variant rules. The character depth is definitely like this one. The access to printer, like this is the one that I've always kind of thought about, because it's not like this that I find it like cheap or easy. Like I like a bit of stakes. I like a bit of like there is a bit of effort, or there is like some sort of a reward for their work, or at the same time equally risk. And this is something definitely that I would kind of play into it personally and, you know, structure it out and find ways to kind of weave it, and not necessarily feeling too punishing, but find ways to equally kind of have the players keep themselves kind of stocked up if necessary, but at the same time give them that possibility of threat that, hey, if you're not careful and you lose access to the mech, you might be in trouble. But also at the same time, I would weave ways to kind of don't have them fully down and out. Like as I said, I would probably figure out, like, for scenarios where somehow the mech is fully removed, but the mission is still ongoing and there's no way for the player to obtain materials, and I don't find justifiable for some reason for the player to somehow obtain the resources at a cost, or maybe they need, but they also need to get there into some degree. They'll have a way for them to use the mech even in a very broken state. It's just not gonna be efficient. So yeah, kind of like I'm thinking of it kind of like a very kind of like an old broken car kind of thing, where occasionally, you know, that kind of thing where you manage to start up the car, but you know that once you stop it, or once something moves in a way that it shouldn't move, the car is dead again. So that kind of scenario, and it barely works when it's at the cusp of functionality. Like, it does, like, you know, no heating, no seats, no nothing. It's just an engine running, wheels spinning, and that's it. And even that, not at its full potential. Like, maybe they're just kind of crawling at it. And there you go. That's something you can do. Of course, if it went into a full meltdown, that's something different. But again, figure it out, play it out in ways that you find it to make sense. Yeah. Now, I was trying to think, like, if I should immediately jump into this, but I might probably jump after the break. So yeah, we have the Sitreps. I'm gonna look over this side of it, because from outside of it, from the looks of it, these are the types of missions that they've kind of structured out, which is really cool. I think it's giving you some example of how to structure certain types of missions in kind of very gamey mecha classic fashion. But we're not gonna look through all those details. I'm just gonna look at the first page. Then we're gonna go through the world building. Not sure if I'm gonna go through all of this again, because it's a big list, and you look at it. And I think the final one is the non-player characters, if I remember correctly, and after that, that's kind of it. So yeah, we're probably gonna cruise through some of the other ones, yeah. And that's how we're gonna leave. Yeah, we still have, like, NPCs, a bit of world building, but we're not gonna go much through it. And also Sitreps. So 3 little things to cover. Okay, there's a lot of pages, but I'm not gonna go through all of these. Just gonna quickly skim through them. Similarly here, I'm not gonna go through all this. Maybe I'm just gonna read out the type of missions they are, but not gonna go into the depths of it. So yeah. But yeah, it's very in detail, and I appreciate, at the very least from what I see, some of the tools and some of the suggestions it's offering. It doesn't go as heavy from the looks of it when it comes to things like Session 0. Anything like how I've seen Gestalt talk about, like, Session 0, accessibility, some of the more, like, social aspects of the table that might need to be handled. But then again, there are many amazing resources that can apply to any sort of TTRPG. It doesn't necessarily have to be Gestalt or D&D or any of those bigger ones. Lines and Veils, the X's, all other sort of tools like that are designed specifically to be system agnostic. It has nothing to do with how a game is run or what rules the game has. It's more about what themes and topics you are running within a game, which that again can be system agnostic, has nothing to do with the type of game you're playing. Yeah, but I'm gonna take a quick break because an ad is about to pop up in less than ish. So yeah, why not have like a 5-minute-ish break, go through the Sitreps, world building and NPC creation, and most likely be done for the day. So yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, there we go. Let's finalize discussions for today. We were in the GM Toolkit, talked about like some general like variant rulings and ways to of altering the game, but now also of some suggestions and tools to structure the game. First one being Sitreps. Many battles are simple affairs with two sides facing off against each other until one of them is broken or destroyed. But sometimes you might want to add additional objectives or depth to combat scenarios. That's where Sitreps come in. A Sitrep is the military abbreviation for Situation Report. In Lancer, a Sitrep is a tool that helps you create and map out specific combat scenarios, featuring deployment zones, objectives, and potential avenues of enemy approach. This is something that you'll probably do as the pre-mission thing, kind of like the setup. This makes Mech combat a more tactical experience, not unlike a war game. There are 6 reps outlined here, each which can be used as is or adjusted for your narrative. Escort, Control, Extraction, Holdout, Gauntlet, and Recon. Most of these Sitreps can assume a roughly rectangular map, no longer than 40 spaces. On its longest side, you will also need to fill the map with terrain or cover. Some Sitreps give specific instruction about this, but the rest is up to you. So you still have a bit of freedom of how exactly you want to design it, but at the very least you have the general schematics of where important elements of the Sitrep are. And when it comes to key terms that you'll encounter during the mention of the Sitreps, you'll have allied deployment zones, ADZs, starting points for the player characters and their allied NPCs, unless otherwise noted. The control zones, the CZs, an area that must be defended or controlled. The enemy deployment zone, the EDZ, the starting point of hostile NPCs. EZ, or the extraction zone, a place the player characters need to reach to successfully complete certain objectives. The ingress zone, IZ, the starting point for any hostile reinforcements. Objective or person that player must reach within must reach or interact with. And reinforcements, NPCs, forces that don't begin on the field can arrive later in an EZ or IZ. Yeah, you can also do like random Sitreps if, I don't know, for some reason you're doing like counters to some extent, like random scenarios. But yeah, you have control zones, very up to like player deployment, enemy deployment, and where are the objectives. Kinda, I think all of them you can, even by looking at them, you probably kind of get an idea that, you know, it's about controlling or taking control of an objective. Escort, enemy deployment, and extraction zone. This is the deployment zone, and it definitely kind of shows that you need to push through this line and get here, or otherwise this there are going to be more coming out. Extraction, you have to get something from point A to point B, and possible enemy reinforcement, enemy deployments. Gauntlet, guessing this is kind of take over or fully destroy an area. Hold out, defense, just have to hold it out for like a certain amount of time. Recon, you need to collect information and make sure probably not to cause too much attention. But yeah, and you know, you get also details of victory conditions, zones, enemy forces, deployment reserves, even some general kind of like in-lore descriptions and what exactly these zones means, which is really nice. I'm not gonna go through them in depth because again, that's something that for you to look in. It's more detailed and for you to kind of pick and choose. I'm just kind of going over the more generalized broad stroke list, but it's really good that it offers it, especially for those who might not be very familiar. But again, because Lancer also kind of takes akin to what you'd expect probably from like a lot of like military games or anything of that kind of scenario, you could probably take a lot of inspirations from video game type objectives, adapted to Lancer as well. So it's so you can have different points of inspiration outside of the book, in case you might have a hard time to figure something for yourself. So now that we've talked about like general encounter creation, let's talk about the overall scope of the world. This, which is the and creating your own world building. This section serves two simple purposes. The first, simple generator to create interesting environments for combat, storytelling, or roleplay. The wealth of worlds that might be found across the galaxy. You can roll a 1d20 on any of these tables to create interesting, dangerous, or planet locales or environments. The second is to show you the worlds we envision exist in the world of Lancer, give you an idea for creating your own unique worlds and landscapes. Since Lancer is a work of science fiction, all kinds of possibles exist. Your imagination and create memorable set pieces, story, and your players will thank you. Yeah, this is more an idea that the vast expanse of space is large. It's incomprehensible. So any sort of things can be out there, and sort of things you create, and depending on your setting and your story and your campaign, it's set into a corner that you will have to define in most scenarios. So this is your point of view of your moment to try to kind of figure out maybe just a singular planet, maybe a small galaxy, maybe just something more generic of having certain like warp points between points of interest, space station, anything else of the sort, or maybe just, I don't know, some sort of giant colonized satellite, whatever solution. Like, again, the space is vast, technology is vast and super advanced, so you can come up with anything. And again, being science fiction, you can inspire yourself from so many worlds and create your own ideas. Yeah, the game offers you like world types for you to kind of select from, and randomly roll in a 20. Defining the natural features. I mean, think one like 100-year storms, world scar, quarantine, dreamland, high gravity is interesting. Defining anthropocentric features. I'm guessing what kind of influence does humanity have within the location. Could be settlements, outposts, installations of some sort, bases, civic unions. We have a selection from there. What kind of environments are to be found, and you even get some mechanical effects here compared to here, which is I think it's more scaling related. Extreme heats, extreme cold, extreme temperatures, dangerous flora or fauna, extreme satellites or planets or stars that orbit, where the planet orbits, dangerous or changing atmospheres that cause shifts, or general like dangerous events within the planet that might also affect world. Damn. Holy world, okay. But yeah, and finally, hostile environments. Mechs often operate in profoundly hazardous environments, including hostile atmospheres, vacuums, and underwater. Most mechs have inbuilt life support systems to protect their pilots in these situations. Assuming their life support systems are functioning and active, their pilots can operate indefinitely in the harshest of environments. Environmental hazards should be adapted to the worlds that your campaign takes place. Locals, you'll have certain hazards. On aquatics, you'll have others, and so on. Yeah, again, common sense aspects. Of course, being sci-fi, you can shift around and make some interesting ideas, but don't expect that what you'll find in the jungle might be the same thing as an aquatic world or so. diversify. But it definitely gives you a ton of solutions, and I do like the environmental ones here that you also give you some interesting also mechanical effects which you can take in account for, which could also be like mission environmental effects, like something that you can take this and just be part of, just be characteristic to a sitrep and not necessarily apply to more than that. Can also be interesting. Or of course, mentions that certain things can happen at random incursions, like gravity, like earthquakes may not happen too often, but you have to determine how often it happens. All d6 and things that need to be checked, that sort of thing. Variety, that also adds a bit of that kind of spices up combat and adds a bit of unpredictability that the players cannot manage. So they can all, or cannot fully manage, or have to somehow play around to kind of spice it up. It's a good way to kind of spice up encounters that might be very similar to what you've done before, but this time, modifiers, how a lot of the games would call, how most in the video game industry would call it, like adding small little changes, modifiers, ways to keep add additional challenges and difficulty. Finally, a big aspect of another aspect of the campaigns and sessions in the game, aside from the player characters, the player characters will also interact non-player characters or NPCs. This section contains the rules of creating and using NPC mech opponents in combat. Given that management of these characters is in a large part of your role as a game master, included plenty of resources and guidance to help you make the most of them. The rules for creating and using NPCs might seem intimidating, but at heart, they exist to help you build the NPCs that you want to include in the game. Using them, you can make anything from a horde of enemy mechs through a powerful and devious through to powerful and devious operatives, biological monstrosities, and rebel raiders. This section is more likely a catalog of options. If you want to keep things simple, you can take any of the basic NPCs presented here and put them straight into combat without any additional work. However, you can also use comprehensive and flexible outline here to fill in the detail yourself to make your NPCs make NPCs that are totally new. So when it comes to using non-player characters in Lancers, NPCs act accordingly to slightly different rules than player characters. Player characters are exceptional individuals, whether through ability, training, or just pure luck. Everyone else, including most NPCs, has to follow along in their wake. In narrative plays, NPCs typically act in response to rolls made by the players. For example, if a player tries to hit someone and fails, the nearby NPCs might respond by tackling, punching them in the face, or opening fire. If a player fails a roll to infiltrate an enemy base, NPCs might notice them and sound the alarm or call for backup. NPCs and the game master generally don't roll for themselves. It's more of a reactive or approach here, like where the NPCs react to the outcome of the player's role and nothing else. It's very rare, or I'm guessing not at all, in mind for the NPCs themselves to do their own roles, which probably in terms means that they don't have things like triggers built into their own stats. So it's more focused on just figuring out how the player will resolve that outcome. In Mech combat, on the other hand, NPCs act much like player characters with some notable exceptions. NPCs can be heroic individuals, but they typically don't have access to the full range of options that players do. So, NPCs don't necessarily go into the kind of character sheet scenario compared to players. So, I'm guessing it's not as complex of a set of options, abilities, by comparison. Non-player characters in Mech combat each get one turn per round, and on that turn they can move and take 2 quick actions or 1 full action. However, there are some key exceptions in terms on how they act and what they can do, which are covered here. When it comes to turn order, unless specified otherwise, NPCs never take the first turn of a combat. The player always acts first, and only then does the game master get to choose the hostile NPC to act. Allied NPCs can act in lieu of player turns. Player turns and hostile turns alternate until every character on one side has taken a turn, at which point all remaining characters take their turns in any order. Then actions. NPCs only have access to a limited range of actions, and their actions function differently to players. Notably, NPCs can't overcharge or brace, don't have heal or clear conditions when they stabilize. So for them, stabilizing is not as powerful of an effect. As an example, for quick actions, they can boost, grapple, have some certain tiers below, they can hide, they can prepare, they can skirmish, or with their exotic main or heavy, they can ram, do a quick tech, and have options like invade, lock on, and they can also search. When it comes to full actions, they can barrage, they can disengage, they can do a full tech, they can do an improvised attack, and they can do a stabilize. We've covered all these actions before, so I'm not gonna talk too much about it right now. Or again, or maybe not too as heavily, but some of the aspects have been talked before, so I'm not gonna detail. And finally, as a reaction, they only have Overwatch, so they can have which are kind of like attack of opportunities. So yeah, enemies can still attack in reaction for you leaving their threat area. When it comes to damage and heat, they are slightly streamlined for NPCs. This is because they tend to be more NPCs than player characters in any given combat, all of whom the game master has to keep track of, and it will slow things down considerably if they work the same way. Some NPCs are so powerful or unique that they function like player characters, but most are much simpler. Again, you could have the occasional like boss scenario where you could pull off like literal character sheet and play it out that way, but in most scenarios NPCs are not going to behave that. Following rules applies unless otherwise specified. NPCs have only one structure and are destroyed when they reach 0 HP. NPCs with additional structure follow the standard rule for structures. NPCs, so you know, that basically means that if you want to have more than one structure, apply it sparingly or to an enemy of some sort of import. NPCs deal a fixated amount of damage instead of rolling a dice. So, you know, again, another aspect of streamlining it. So you don't have to constantly do too many rolls, you just determine if you hit or miss. NPCs can't perform a critical hit. Hits. Some NPCs, such as veterans and ultras, can perform, making them dangerous. If an NPC performs a critical hit, it usually adds damage or has a different effect instead of rolling the damage and choosing the higher. So again, still streamlined to a degree, so it does make it a lot faster. Some NPCs like mechs have a heat cap, but by default the characters have one stress and become exposed when they exceed their heat cap, instead of making them make an overheat check. NPCs with additional stress follow the standard rule of overheating. So yeah, similar thing as structure. If you want to have them to have more than one heat cap, or make them take more than one stress, then you know, manage it. Some NPCs don't have heat cap, instead they take heat as energy damage. That's another way to streamline it. When it comes to tiers, NPCs belong to one of several tiers. This given indicating of their power and thus how challenged they are. High tier NPCs have better statistics and deal more damage. Tier roughly equates to the following license levels. A tier 1 is between license level 0 to 4. A tier 2 is from 5 to 8, and a tier 3 is from 9 to 12. So again, still split into numbers of 3, making it easy to keep track of. Player characters will generally have a much harder time against NPCs higher tier. For example, you wouldn't pit a group of LL3 players against a group of tier 3 NPCs unless you really want to put them in a desperate spot. However, you can mix and match NPCs of several tiers to increase and decrease the difficulty of an encounter. This is especially effective if you want to slowly prepare players for higher tiers of enemies, so they don't jump in. The jump isn't as severe. So you know, if they are, for example, tier 1 license level. If they're license level 4, you might have a selection of tier 1, but you might swap some of the tier 1s with a few tier 2 NPCs, so that way they kind of get a taste. So, you know, kind of like slowly transition them when they are kind of like at the edge. And here as well, where you might have mostly tier 2s, but maybe you'll also have a few tier 1s. Kind of get them an idea. Most NPCs receive increased bonuses and deal more damage than the higher the tier. The increases are listed in their profiles. So technically, each type of NPC has a variant of each type. So you can have the same type of. I'm guessing you can have the same NPC being also tier 1, a tier 2, and tier 3. So that way, you even have variety of the same type of character when it comes to damage. NPC bonuses to accuracy and effects can all scale up to a certain amount per tier. In NPC profiles, increased bonuses are written with the formula plus X, Y, Z, X being the tier 1, Y being the tier 2, and Z being the tier 3. So yeah, as mentioned, because they can be of multiple tiers, you can see the bonuses in progressive tiers. NPC can also deal increased amount of damage based on their tier. In NPC profiles, you see them also in written as XYZ, X/Y/Z, with numbers increasing representing tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 respectively. The same formula is also used when another effect is used, such as healing or drones evasions. With all this in mind, an NPC might have an attack that looks like this. As an example weapon, you have a main rifle, an accuracy of +2, +4, or +6, effective to tier. 10 range, and it does either for tier 1 up 4, for tier 6, or for tier 3 and 8. To break this down, here is what the NPC attacks want. Yeah, tier 1 is a +2 with a +1 difficulty, dealing a +1 accuracy. +1 accuracy, dealing 4. One is a +4 with a +1 accuracy, dealing 6. One is a +6 with a +1 accuracy, dealing 8. You also have tags similar to players, but a few additional tags that change the way they function. The mech tag, these NPCs are ambulatory mechanized cavalry units like the PPs. The vehicles tag, these NPCs are vehicles of various descriptions other than the mechs and ships. Ship, these NPCs are vehicles capable of space and atmospheric travel. Biological tag, these NPCs don't have a heat cap and are immune to tech actions or scans. And lock-ons, including other than scan and lock-on, including beneficial ones. They can't take tech actions unless specified. And squad, these NPCs aren't individual people. Instead, they are a large squad of smaller enemies that will act together. So kind of the swarm, monster sheet, if you've seen that in D&D. Of kind of like smaller critters. Yeah. Then you have recharge. Some NPC systems and weapons have a special tag called recharge. One of these systems or weapons, when one of these systems or weapons has been used, they can't be used again until they recharge. The recharge tag also lists a target number 4 or higher or 5 or higher at the start of an NPC turn. You roll a d6. If they have any of the recharge equipment, if the number results is equal or greater than the target number, then they can use it again. For example, a recharge of 5+ means that it can be used again on a roll of 5 or 6. Very similar to if you've seen, like again in D&D, the dragon breath functions on the same functionality. They do a dragon breath, then they have a recharge function where at the start of every turn they roll dice, and based on that they determine if you can do it again. So I'm guessing these are usually more powerful abilities that are balanced out to be kind of spaced between. All NPCs are rolled separately for their turns, but only one roll is required for each NPC. Even if an NPC has multiple recharge systems or weapons, if your NPC has 2 recharge systems with target numbers +4 and a +5, a roll of 5 will recharge both. Nice. So again, streamlining it. So you don't have to waste too much time behind the game master. So I appreciate that, like, you know, giving like more direct streamline aspects. Like, yeah, it is fun to have a bit of variety and a bit of like shifted numbers here and there when it comes to like a game master, but when you're controlling so many things, it's also nice to just be like, this thing does it attack, it does it this way, here's how much you're dealing with, that's it, now it's up to you. So the players can so you know, most of the time it's probably spent on the players making the tactics and the game master making the overall tactics of how exactly the units are going to handle themselves. Traits. Many NPCs have abilities with a special trait tag. These are character qualities that aren't based on systems, things like general characteristics, experiences, or training. Because traits aren't systems, they can't be disabled or destroyed by damage. So I'm guessing some of the triggers just unique to NPCs, and also systems. NPCs that can be destroyed by a system damage. Structure checks are marked with the tag. Yeah, you have a few more markings, but overall quite streamlined, quite simple, not a lot. That. Checking to see what else we have. So we have a few more cover. And now let's look at the types of non-playable characters. Non-player characters. Lancer doesn't provide a predefined catalog of NPCs. Instead, there are numbers of basic NPC classes and templates that can be combined to build a wide range of fully customized characters by default. NPCs are all assumed mechs. However, by using this template, convert any NPC into a vehicle, a flyer, a drone, or some other creation of work. When it comes to classes, NPC classes are the first thing you choose when building an NPC. They provide the basic abilities, characteristics, equipment, options, and functions characters of a characters, a bit like frames for the PC mechs. For example, if you want an NPC that functions as a mobile artillery piece, the Bombard class. If you want an NPC mech that flies and strikes its targets, Ace class. You can find out all about it in below. There are also a few special classes that describe characters that are by default not mechs. The Monstrosity class, for example, describes giant biological creatures, so I guess kaiju kind of thing. You want to do kind of like a Pacific Rim type scenarios. Then you also have roles. Like frames, each NPC class can also have certain roles. Each role gives a clue as to the intended use and capabilities of different NPCs, helping you to streamline combat preparation. Artillery are long-range, accurate, and deal high damage, but quite fragile on their own. They tend to be defenses when the enemy gets up close. Many artillery NPCs specialize in dealing damage to characters within an area. Backliners, definitely. Controllers. NPCs don't deal much damage. Instead, they focus on disabling, moving, or interrupting enemies. They are great at locking down high damage opponents, protecting fragile allies, and creating openings for other characters. Yeah, kind of more of a support class in a sense, or support role. Defender are very resilient. They are slow but hardy threats that use status to protect either allies or areas of the battlefield. Any defender NPCs can be used as cover by allies. Tank and striker NPCs are no nonsense damage dealers that are most effective at close to mid range. They're usually both mobile and durable. They specialize in dealing damage, a consistent, if not large amount of damage each turn that can be hard to deal with over time. You know, it piles up. And finally, support are like controllers, deal limited amount of damage. They focus instead of assisting their allies, often by creating area of effects that increase the damage or resilience of their comrades. Yeah. So, you know, very holy trinity sort of scenario. What kind of general roles that you'd expect to see. And yeah, by using a combination of these NPC types, you can turn battles into tactical puzzles for the players to solve. For instance, use a controller to push enemies into the range of slow-moving defenders that deal a lot of damage, or you could pair up some strikers with support NPCs that increase their damage output. Not every fight needs to be of this kind of complexity, especially not for group newer players, but adding this tactical layer can create a fun challenge. So yeah, you can create your own puzzles. Like, yeah, because combats should be a puzzle. Like, I think Doom is a good example, like especially later Doom. The idea of kind of choosing and prioritizing your enemies is really important. Some can, the longer some enemies stay, the bigger the threat they are. That sort of thing. So, it's not just you going to an enemy, you're rolling some dice, doing some damage, and that's it. Have them have a reason why they chose that enemy, why they decided to be there. Don't necessarily make their choice feel meaningless, and by making sure that you're giving this kind of a variety and adding your element of tactics, because at the end of the day, you should also have a bit of fun with combat. So why not, tactic it out and find ways to put a challenge to your players and find some interesting combinations that will give them that kind of challenge and put them a bit to the test. It's also fun for you to kind of do your own tactics and be like, okay, I have this support character can help out this NPC, that can help out this enemy NPC that has this player in their sights. Well, let me do that and put them into a top spot and see how exactly, and then let the players see how they react to that and see how they shift their battlefield. That's also fun, in my opinion. But yeah, and templates, when it comes to like templates, you have if you want to customize an NPC further, you can apply a template over the top of its class. Templates allow you to give characters additional flavor and special equipment, or to upgrade them from a regular opponent to a tougher enemy. One of these templates are there are 4 in particular that have significant impact on NPC functions and abilities. Those are Grunt, Elite, Ultra, and Veteran. Oops. Yeah, I pressed by mistake I pressed the down. Grunts are weak and easily dispatched. They function like regular NPC. Same class, but they only have 1 HP. Grunts are perfect for when you want to create a cinematic experience by throwing a horde of enemies to your players, or when you want to increase the size of an encounter with without totally overwhelming the PC. So, give them a bit of a power fantasy, I guess, with seeing how they kind of like mow down waves of enemies before reaching to the tougher ones. Elites are tougher and more durable than their standard counterparts. Their template can be used to build a distinctive or specially powerful NPC. Ultras are extremely powerful foes that need to be taken down by an entire group of players. This template drastically increases the NPC's toughness and durability, and it gives them access to powerful ultra traits and systems. Some ultras get additional turns each round, making them deadly without teamwork. And veterans are more characterful and durable than regular NPCs. You can use this template if you want an NPC to stand out or have a memorable ability. It can even be applied over the top of other templates for an added challenge. So this is kind of like a experience modifier. So, this one could be interesting. Like a veteran grunt, that could be interesting, I guess, of a combo. Like someone that it's really easy to kill, but they might do something interesting if you are not killing them immediately. Balancing combat, the templates can also be used to decide the difficulty level of the battle. A battle standard difficulty could include any of the combination of the following: 1 or 2 NPCs without templates per player, 3 to 4 grunts per player, 1 elite per 1 to 2 players, and 1 ultra per 4 players, which technically kind of puts it if you are having like a 5 group. Having a 3-player group means that an ultra would be quite the challenge on their own. And to a 5 group, that means that you can spice up the ultra with some additional enemies. Maybe add either a few grunts or maybe 1 or 2, or like 2 extra NPCs with the ultra. Maybe like a support and a controller. That'd be interesting. You can use these opponents in various combinations. For example, if you have 4 players, you could mix 4 grunts and 3 NPCs without templates. These enemies should be of an appropriate tier for the player characters. You can make the fight easier by reducing the number of enemies or lowering the tier, and you can make the fights hard by increasing their tier or by adding more enemies, elite enemies, enemies with optional systems, or enemies with extra templates. The perfect approach to combat is something you will need to figure out with your players. There are no rigid guidelines here, because actual difficulty will depend on the need and builds of your specific group. Don't take the above advice as rigid set of rules, but instead as a starting point to guide. Every group is going to want to have a different level of challenge. So yeah, kind of like game development, you're gonna have to test it out. You have to balance it out. First run of combat is gonna be a trial. You're probably gonna use this as the overall guideline, see how it feels. Then from that point on, adjust accordingly. Because as it said, like, you'll have to also, both for you as a game master, the combats are something that you have to design in such a way that, you know, you manage the player's resources. Because the more difficult the combat is, the more resources the player is gonna use. And as it was mentioned before, 1 or 2 combats kind of happen in a session at the very, or at the very least, 4 combats cover their entire resources usually. Meaning that even on your side, you have to be very careful on how exactly kind of spread out these challenges. Maybe let them have a slow start and then let them be hit with something difficult, or maybe even flip the script, have the really difficult thing at the beginning, and depending on how they manage, the following scenarios are going to be on various level of difficulties depending on the available resources that they have left. Not necessarily depending on the enemies. Like, the enemies might be just very they could be, you know, extremely, like, they could be like really low challenge combat scenarios, but because the players might have overused their resources on the initial really difficult challenge, they are now actually put in a tougher spot, so they still have to like manage it out. So that's kind of the idea. It's definitely gonna be give and take, adjusting. It's part of game development. It's part of game design. Balancing. That's what it's called. Adaptive difficulty. You try it out, see how it goes. It didn't work exactly what you want, or you were really on the cusp of, I don't know, TPKing or doing something of the similar to the party. Then you know that next time maybe you have to tone it down. Or if you feel like they steamrolled it and you didn't want them to do that, spice it up a bit, and so on. And finally, what are exactly the steps to build an NPCs? These are the following simple steps. You choose a class, then you choose up to 2 optional systems, or even none if that's something from that class. Then you choose a tier and set their statistic accordingly, and then choose and apply any template if applicable. It doesn't necessarily have to, but if you want, you can do. And then customize them with names and flavor if applicable. Again, if you feel like they should have a bit of importance with the story and not just, you know, grunts or just fodder that needs to be killed, removed. You can always rename or change the flavor of your classes and systems. For example, instead of aces, your NPCs might be called royal guards. Again, the names, the nomenclature here is given you for quick understanding of what exactly is their purpose and what exactly they can do. But you then in lore can shift it, so it makes better sense. Base and optional systems. Each NPC class has several base systems, including system, weapons, and traits. These features are common to all NPCs of that class. Classes that also have optional systems by default. NPCs don't have any optional system, but you can add up to 2 if you want to create a character that is more dangerous and tactically. And then adding complexity. Most NPCs should just have the base system from their class and 1 or 2 systems. But it's useful to think about how they function and what role they need to play, as this will help you decide how complex to make the NPC. If you want the basic NPC, don't choose any of the optional systems or apply any templates. You can only use the NPC with nothing but the base characteristics, systems from the class. If you want weak NPCs, you can throw the players en masse. That you can throw with at the players en masse. Just give them the grunt template and that's it. If you want more complex, advanced, or dangerous NPCs, give them more optional systems. 1 or 2 extra systems are usually sufficient, but you can add more or less as you see fit. If you remember that the more you add, the more complicated they will be to manage during the game. And if you want to add a unique, strong, or memorable NPC, apply the veteran or elite template, or even both. And if you want a boss fight, add an enemy that can take an entire group. Apply the ultra templates. Again, choose them depending on what purpose you want to fulfill. Once you're feeling confident with the rules, you can even swap system between classes. For example, you can give tactical code from a Spectre to an Assault NPC. You can even make more radical changes, like using Assassin class to build a ferocious alien creature and just give it biological tags. You have just made a Predator, I guess. Rename the variable knife to Slashing Claws and give it Acid Spittle mutation from the Prosthetics class. Yeah, so kind of make your Predator, I guess. Neat. NPCs and information. Important to provide some information to NPCs about your NPCs to your players. Specifically, matter their custom names, the class and template of always be public knowledge available to players upon request. By sharing this, the players are encouraged not just to learn the game, but also learn the capabilities of different NPC types and tactics against them. The result is that the capabilities of certain NPCs will feel fair. I would say that, yeah, offering that information is important, especially for beginning players, so they have a bit of an understanding what exactly is the role and purpose. And of course, because a lot of the naming and especially the classes follow very kind of military-esque nomenclature, it would be very obvious for the players to kind of understand the knowledge that, hey, this is the artillery, these are like the defenders, this is definitely like kind of skirmisher types, or like support units, so they would be able to understand that. And even in true immersion, they should have some of that knowledge. For example, the first time players encounter the Royal Guard's battle group, they should also know, if they ask you, that these are elite aces accompanied by grunt bombards. Other information, such as the detail of specific system, weapons, and customization, can be hidden from the players to begin with, or also public knowledge, depending on how you want to run the game. Like, yeah, it could be like a way for them to kind of discover as they go, but if they realize that, and if it's something that you kind of make a repeating pattern, like for example, if Royal Guards is kind of like a rank where multiple NPCs that have this kind of rank would be encountered, and you follow a standardized kind of, they have like a standardized equipment and set, then the players from the first, after their first encounter, will know what they deal with when it comes to Royal Guard, so they will now have a field advantage, so the combat will already be easier next time, even if the scenario might be almost the exact same. And here you have the classes by the role. For artillery, you have Bombard, Operator, Rainmaker, and Sniper. For controller, you have access to the Archer, Barricade, Hive, Hornet, Cedar, and Witch. For the Defender, you have the Bastion, the Demolisher, the Goliath, the Pyro, and Sentinel. For Strikers, you have Aces, Assassin, Assault, Berserker, Breachers, Cataphract, fast moving, I can drag their enemies on them. Ooh. Engineers, Ronin, Spectres, and Scourer, which I'm guessing they're slow strikers that do high damage. Ooh. And supports, you have the Aegis, Mirage, the Priest, the Scout, and the Support. Oh yeah, I'm the support class. Yes, as support should support. Why not? Yeah, overall, that's kind of what it is. That's kind of the cover. Well, and it's really good at, like, again, yeah, when it comes to building NPCs, it's really gonna be like what purpose is for them. Like, again, as it's mentioned here, you just want a simple combat or like a very default type combat. You don't necessarily have to go too much into it. If you want to be a bit more specialized, then yeah, you might add a few more. If you want to be advanced, you add a few more modifiers, as I would probably call them myself. If you want to have something that feels unique or feels kind of, I don't know, maybe they meet an iconic or maybe a recurring NPC or recurring character that might be important, and maybe, you know, slap on them some more important templates and tags on them. And of course, the occasional big kind of, you know, climax of here's the big thing that you have to deal with, and you know, fight something that is ultra, definitely can go as well. But definitely, again, and then from that point on, depending on as you advance and as you get more comfortable with the system and you understand it more and how exactly it works, go crazy with it, mix around, mix and match the entire abilities and see what you can create and have fun things. Again, as mentioned, these are guidelines to help you kind of set up the starting blocks. After that, depending on your players, depending on the campaign you're running, depending on how tactical or not your group is, then you adjust accordingly, make modifications, and as you get used to the system itself, make your own changes. But yeah, I like the game mastering session. It's a bit lacking, as I said, probably on the more social, or like general, like session 0, I would say, and some other aspect. But because this is a very heavy combat heavy kind of type of system, even though it encourages a lot of roleplay, but again, it's a lot more freeform, as I said in the past. I guess it's up to you and probably you to take guidelines and examples from other games, how exactly to handle those scenarios. But I do appreciate the Sitreps. Honestly, that's a really good one. The NPC template builds is really good, because that way you don't necessarily have like it keeps it very easy, because that means that you don't need like a monster manual type thing, like type scenario, and even the game master thing, you don't really need one. You just have the core necessary things, like, because the game being very heavily focused on combat and everything else is just more freeform. Or building guidelines, you can just look for generic ones online, or generic tools and resources, so you don't necessarily have to use the Lancer ones, but you know, we can just adapt and learn if you want something like environmental, as it was shown before. You know, if for NPCs on how exactly to run the storytelling, same thing. At that point, it doesn't necessarily need to follow the structure. And as I said, like, the structure mission is your initial guideline on how to start the game. But me personally, I would say that maybe after you got kind of used to it, you could be a bit more, you know, open form at that point on, and just take a flow that feels more fitting to you and your group. Don't necessarily have to push through that as well. But when it comes to like the general like mechanics, like how to run, how to set up, how to prep some of the more nitty-gritty things, it's really good. I think it offers you good advice, good scenarios, and even on the baseline principles, it has good ones. I don't think it's a bad game master guide. It's in depth in its places where it shines, and it really needs to be in depth. The other places you can find resources for free, readily available online if need to be. It's not necessary, and at the same time, it's also to kind of keep all the information quick and brief, and then it's up to you to set up things as you feel comfortable, both you and your group. But yeah, that kind of covers Lancer as an overall, for me at least. I don't necessarily have any sort of plans of immediately covering some more, but definitely an interesting system, definitely a system that I want to give it a try, and I've heard so much about it. And it honestly, from what I've read, for the things that it has, they are really well put together, and it's obvious that it's built around the idea of streamlining everything as much as possible and keeping the core elements and the core fantasy and the core themes of the game, and just run with those. And anything else, you just adjust however you see fit, however it feels for you, for your game. But the important thing is you having fun, just riding fucking big ass mechs and just wrecking shit, telling crazy stories, and all sorts of something I don't quite understand. Can you only use each weapon per round? From my understanding, yes. Each weapon can only be used once per round. And once the round is over, you can do it again. Think of it this way, because you're doing like quick actions. At the same time, you're kind of like doing a set of actions. Like, yeah, you have the quick actions, which are 2, which depending on the weapons, that means 2 weapons. But considering that you're doing something in the split of a few seconds, you are probably ordering multiple systems at the same time. Again, logics can be figured out, but yeah, most weapons are once per round. I think the loading ones are a bit different. I think you need to actively load them using a quick action, because those are usually heavier duty weapons that deal a lot more. I couldn't find the rule anywhere, but I assume so because I know people equip duplicate. Yeah, I'm pretty sure because I read the rule is mentioned that you can only use each mount once per round. So once the round comes back to you, once during the next round your turn it's your upcoming turn, you can do it again. Only exception is the loading weapons, which I think for that one you need to do a quick action to load the weapon, because usually those are like big, I don't know, howitzer type fucking artillery guns that you strap on your back kind of shit. But aside from that, like, yeah, once per turn, and I think maybe out of turn as the reactions, but definitely on turn once. So that's what, yeah, there is a reason why you have the duplicates. So if you want to use the same type of weapon twice, you usually have in the same turn, you usually have a duplicate. If the mounting allows you. Now you can justify it however the fuck you can logic it out however you want, that, you know, it being that, you know, the turn takes it's a really quick reactionary moment of a few seconds. It takes a while, you know, to kind of react again, being a big mecha weaponized system. Who the fuck knows? Again, it's definitely done probably for balancing rules or something like that. Definitely, from my understanding, Lancer, when it comes to combat, it's really tight and it's really well covered and pretty well balanced. So I'm guessing that it was heavily play tested, so it can reach that point. So there is definitely, more than anything, a balancing reason why it's done this way. Now again, I cannot say through my own personal experience or the intricacies of it, because I've not yet gotten into a game myself to kind of get the feel. Because yeah, I can theory craft and theorize and put my brain to certain scenarios all I want, and I know from personal experience that it's how I think something's gonna turn out is not always gonna be like that when it comes to actually the actual play of it. Sometimes yes, sometimes no, but not fully. But yeah, definitely overall curious about, like, not curious, interested in this. Definitely I want to check it out, having a shot at it 100%, and if I get the opportunity I will do it. As I said, there is probably a high likelihood of probably gonna run a game of it. My you know, like ttrpg shenanigan group that I'm a part of, it's probably gonna happen maybe mid to late November, best case scenario, like earliest, in the earliest scenario, if not maybe even towards the next year, depending on how things are prepped and how exactly I want to handle things. There might be like some other like ttrpg thing that's gonna happen until then, but that's not gonna be related to Lancer, and I'm not sure if it's, but that's kind of the general idea. But yeah, honestly, definitely recommend people to give it a shot, give it a look-see. There's a quick start guide available for free, so you don't have to initially buy it, so you can give it like a quick trial, figure it out kind of scenario, see how it goes. It's definitely a crazy system, especially if you start to look really deep into the world building of it all. It's really wacky as for a sci-fi as well, and also being sci-fi, it fucking allows you to do so many wacky, crazy things when it comes to world building and creation. It's something that I would love to explore more, me personally, because I like sci-fi, and sci-fi has a lot of crazy concepts. And I've been kind of fantasy or urban fantasy pilled for so long that, even though I have always been from the very beginning a sci-fi enjoyer, gaming kind of brought me into the general fantasy genre. But overall, I'm more of a sci-fi enjoyer myself, with certain themes and certain aspects. So, love to see more of this. So yeah, definitely recommend it. Definitely telling you all to give it a shot. Have some fun with some mech shenanigans and just things. And definitely do not summon math eldritch gods of any sort. And definitely not. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it for me for today. As I said, this kind of covers my general overview of Lancer, as I covered general aspects of the game, how the game generally runs, how does the combat more in depth goes, character creation, and today we kind of covered aspects of game mastery and some aspects of topic and some tools that the book itself offers. Not much else in that kind of scenario. If I'm ever going to do anything Lancer related, that it's not going to be me running a session. It's probably going to do for like something more special or something like that, but not to the extent that I've done today, because I would like to jump in and to check other systems. I'm not sure exactly what system I'm going to check next. Maybe Borderlands, maybe the Bunkers and Badasses, as Borderlands 4 has just recently released, and maybe as a thing for the release of the game we can check that one out. It's very similar to kind of like a D20 game overall from what I've looked through it initially. I haven't had a chance to have a full look at it because I've not got an opportunity to actually run a game. Though I have that, even though I got the fucking special edition, like the limited like pre-order edition, like fuck's sake, I have like the big box behind me. I've not got a chance to run a game of that, but yeah, maybe that one, because I'm not sure how many more RPGs I have in the backlog. I'm still probably gonna be out of them, and probably have to figure out some new ones. And I'm still afraid to going into the World of Darkness ones, because those books are rough to go through. I'm not even sure how the fuck I will go through on the streams, and those being very roleplay heavy and very like story and narrative and more kind of understanding of how the world works in World of Darkness. And I'm still, even though I'm definitely deeper in World of Darkness shit these days, I'm not in the deep end. I don't know, on the fucking iceberg scale, I'm probably about to get below water or something like that, but nothing more than that. Anyways, but yeah, I'll figure it out. We'll probably want I'm gonna announce the schedule on Monday. That's gonna be clarified, and we'll see by that. But if not, maybe it's just gonna be like a generic TTRPG thing, or maybe I'm gonna do something else adjacent to it. That's kind of like a mini breaker from Lancer. I'll figure it out. Looks like you can use the same action twice, once per turn. Oh, if you do a overcharge. Yeah, I forgot about one. Yeah, if you do an overcharge, it allows you, but only for the overcharge at the cost of heat. But if you want to use them within, like for example, if you use 2 quick actions instead of a full action, those 2 quick actions cannot be the same weapon. But if you then also overcharge, the quick action can be one of the 2 previous weapons that you used. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I forgot about the overcharge. That's the only exception, where you can use them twice in a turn. Yeah. But yeah, so now, before I go, would you like to check out, see how they're doing? Very important. Let's. Not doing anything RPG adjacent. Of course, a lot of people are playing Silksong. I don't have the game, fortunately. It's like, yeah, how many? 1. That's out. 2, 3, maybe even more. But I think some are also playing Borderlands 4. Yeah, I've seen some with 4 as well. Also, Genshin Impact, I think, had its 5.0 or 4.0. Well, definitely a thing. Why am I struggling? I like to jump at somebody different or something for a while, but at the same time also like to a different game. I think I'm rating also people that are free. Oh, yeah. Oh. are sharing a stream, and if I'm not mistaken, are they doing like a charity thing? But we are. First, let me do YouTube. Okay, so we are rating Mako, a dear fellow, stream for a cause, a vtuber, also friend of other that we've been around, friend of Orca, who's done some of the wonderful emotes that are available for the subscribers. Set up a raid for Michael, because both Michael and Asina are actually doing a Outrust trial stream together right now, but we've already jumped at Asina's place recently, so now let's share the love and jump at Michael's. Instead, let me just set up raids. For those new here, the first message is the one we sent, the one available for those who are not subscribers, and the second one is for those who are, and that's the usual message we found here and to expect. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me for today. Oh, let me put myself into the chatting screen. My bad, because I'm no longer talking about other things. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Tomorrow, getting back on the 9 Souls, which is my coping game for Silsong, I guess, at this point, because it's a Souls-like Metroidvania platformer 2D game where you're playing a anthropomorphic creature, but not bug, only kind of fox-like. So it's close enough, and I'm pretty close to finishing it. I've started playing it before even Silsong was even close to release. I'm pretty close to finishing it. I think I need to collect 2 more souls, and I'm done. So I'm guessing there's gonna be like 2 or 3 more streams of that. So yeah, pretty close to that. And then that's gonna be it for this week. And I'm gonna see you next week with a new schedule and new things to do. So yeah, much for being here. You're amazing. Don't you forget that. I'll see you on the flip side. Bye.